Malizia in second place, and 11th Hour Racing Team down in third, 1 point behind Boris Herrmann's German team, with Biotherm down in fourth, and Guyot Environment Team Europe, with all of the struggles that team has had, down in fifth place after the boats finished leg 3. Well, joining me today is Dee Kafari. And Dee, let's just cast our mind back to that point in the race. We had just completed this incredible leg through the Southern Ocean, a leg that got a lot of people talking before the race had even started about how hard it was going to be. And it really had an enormous effect on the points, but the morale as well as anything.
Absolutely. I mean, two boats literally overcome unsurmountable problems that most of us expected them to cause them to stop along the way. So it was quite impressive, and actually a true inspiration that I think affected a lot of people post that leg. I think it surprised a lot of people. We're thinking Holcim having a 600-mile lead, scoring the first scoring opportunity, but then failing to capitalise that and win that leg, with Malizia coming through. But Malizia themselves overcoming that mast issue, rebuilding it in the Southern Ocean while still moving, and holding on for the win ultimately at the end of that leg.
And we can see them now on the water at the moment. Team Malizia making their way through here to the grand finale in Genova. And indeed, those moments, you talked about that lead, 600 miles wiped out for Team Holcim-PRB on leg 3. Little things like that when you're a sailor and you're behind make you realise that it is not all over until you get to that finish line.
Most definitely. Take this leg itself. Malizia have not been in front until right now when it counts. And it is that fact that it's never over until you cross that finish line.
And we are waiting to see exactly which of our boats is going to be the first across the finish line. In the Vo65s, Team Guyot at the moment will be second. We had Wind Whisper Racing Team yesterday. In the Imocas, it looks set to be Team Malizia. But as this race around the world has shown us, anything can happen. So before we get to the next arrivals, let's take a look at the next 3 legs of this edition of the Ocean Race.
Legs 4 to 6 of the Ocean Race could not have been much different to the legs which preceded them. The teams began moving up the coast and out of the southern hemisphere.
Fine-tuning sort of conditions, we've really got to work for every little bit of speed.
You see 11 hour, we're in a match race.
This leg saw 2 dismastings.
Holcim-PRB, pan. We've lost our mast.
No. We still can see 11 hour, so it's very exciting. We're neck to neck all the time.
The business end of the leg was a close-run thing for Team Malizia, but ultimately a fairy tale win for 11th Hour Racing Team.
It feels amazing to win this leg. I mean, take a look around. I mean, there's droves of people.
11th Hour Racing!
With the top 3 now closer than ever, the result of leg 4 put a decisive spin on an action-packed double points transatlantic leg.
We just experienced a 40-degree shift in 2 seconds. Not the easiest stuff, huh?
There were speed records, sleepless nights, with things beginning to fall apart.
The wind is strong, and we've got no wind instruments, so we've no idea what's happening.
With the rest of the fleet having issues, 11th Hour Racing Team could really take advantage and begin to gain control of the overall lead. Leg 6 to the Hague via Kiel was tricky in light winds. Guyot Environment Team Europe were back and all seemed well with the world.
We're just coming through the most manic crowd. It's amazing to see how many people down here.
Once again, a very tight finish to the leg, with only minutes separating all boats to the Dutch shores.
Probably one of the most special finishes. Lots of current against, not much wind.
We're not gonna make it.
A reversal of fortunes from legs 1 to 3 saw the struggling Holcim-PRB dislodged at the top of the leaderboard, replaced by 11th Hour Racing Team, who won all 3 subsequent legs.
Winning 3 legs in a row won't mean anything if we can't close the deal.
And those 3 legs had an enormous impact. The biggest push was the Americans, now up into first place after 6 legs completed. Charlie Enright sitting on top of Team Holcim-PRB, 2 points clear after an incredible performance across the top of the Atlantic and into the shores of Europe. Well, that brings us pretty much up to date, and now we are seeing the final closing stages of leg 7 of this edition of the Ocean Race. But also, as we can see there with Team Guyot in the Vo65s, the final stage of the Ocean Race Vo65 Sprint. We had Wind Whisper Racing Team finish yesterday, and Dee, very shortly we're going to be talking a lot about Team Guyot, but I think it's very important to point out that Wind Whisper Racing Team, the fact that we're not really going to be mentioning them, we're not going to be seeing them, the lead that they had was unbelievable in a very fluky leg.
Absolutely incredible to have a matched fleet that are totally identical apart from the athletes and sailors on board, to have such dominance in such a complex leg. Really fickle winds when you come into the Mediterranean, but they made a crucial commitment as they left the English Channel, and that just allowed them to capitalise on that gain. And we saw them come in over 100 miles ahead of their competition, which was really impressive racing.
We've got a lot that we're going to be covering today because, of course, we've got the arrivals of the second place boat for the Ocean Race Vo65 Sprint, but also we have got the conclusion of the round the world journey for the Ocean Race, the IMOCA class, and everything that we have seen on this journey around the world is building now to this point here as we get our boat coming into the finish. It will be, well, by the conditions at the moment, certainly from what we're seeing on the screen, the Vo65 first, Team Guyot coming across the line in second place in their leaderboard. Then we're going to be able to see our first IMOCA boat. And after 6 legs out there on the water, the score's starting to look a little bit closer towards the Americans lifting the trophy. But if you've been following the race, you'll know that the start of this leg was quite something indeed. This is now the final charge here, and I think our IMOCAs are going to be off this line. Everyone holding back. 11th Hour Racing Team accelerating now as they cross the line as the gun fires. I think the Americans certainly had the best of the speed, but Team Malizia up to the windward side, and Team Holcim-PRB doing a good job down at the pin end. Guyot Environment Team Europe. Look at the gain here for the European team. Benjamin Dutroux is about to tack, and if he was to tack now, by my idea, I think he'd lay.
I think Guyot sees us.
There's another boat. Yeah, okay, we're good. Stay in this angle. Okay.
This is absolutely incredible for 11th Hour Racing Team. That is some serious damage to the stern port quarter, and you can see what it means to the sailors. There is a lot at stake here in terms of the points and the trophy for this edition of the Ocean Race. This was the moment, 11th Hour Racing Team realizing that they needed to turn, but ultimately being stuck in that position. And Guyot Environment Team Europe with the bear away, and all happening a little bit too late to actually clear the stern of the American boat. Now, there is an enormous impact on what this could mean for the race. That was the opening stages of this final leg. 2 boats back to the dock. 11th Hour Racing Team and Guyot Environment Team Europe. They have been unable to take to the water and race here to Genova. But Dee, we are now in the final stages of this last push here to the grand finale. Can you talk us through the twists and turns and the key moments that we've been seeing on the water?
Absolutely. One of the toughest legs that we've had, and it's almost saving the best till last. But when they exited from the North Sea, it really did involve quite a complex scenario, going through exclusion zones and wind traffic separation schemes, wind farms, and it was really, really complex. But they really persevered. They've had really tough conditions. And now they've all come to the end in Genova. So it's all come to this final moment.
And we can celebrate because there's wind as well. I mean, this is really surprising for anybody that sails in Genova. Indeed, in this area of the Mediterranean at this time of year, we're being treated by a little bit of breeze. You could imagine that there would be an automatic sea breeze, but the mountains here behind the city kind of play havoc to that.
That's right. I mean, we talk about the fickle Mediterranean winds, and we can see from the tracker that the boats have been really using the coastline to take advantage of land breeze and sea breeze as it's come down. But the geography and the topography of the land has major effects, which is they've had the really strong Mistral through the Gulf de Lyon, which gave them all an acceleration a day ago. Yep. And then this final point where now they've just been trickling in, but the wind is starting to fill as we get the temperature difference, creating a bit of a sea breeze. So we should have some good pressure to keep all the boats moving until they cross that finish line.
Just seeing those sailors just starting to take those moments here and just starting to enjoy exactly what's been going on in the water and all those miles behind them and all that hard work and what it means. Because for Team Yaya and, of course, for the boats behind them as well, this leg has been full of twists and turns. Let's take a look at exactly how it all played out here. From that first push out from the Hague, I mean, Dee, that channel race, all those manoeuvres we saw those boats do, and the hard work just increased from there.
That's right. Light winds, strong tides at the Channel Islands, a little bit of separation where Holcim-PRB got the advantage as they sailed upwind across the Bay of Biscay. But it was the Portuguese coast where they came back together and back within sight of each other. And it was a little bit of a playing tactical game as they were manoeuvring within sight of each other. And again, Holcim entered that Mediterranean first and the fleet went south. But Holcim pushed further south before they went up to get the sea breeze effect on the coastal shore. They all came together off Alicante where they got their outbound track, and then they fought their way through to the finish here in Genova.
Amazing to see that aggression, or I should say that confidence with the tactics on board Team Holcim-PRB going down south off the North African coast and it working out well for them. But, as I'm sure we will get to shortly, we are not going to be welcoming in Team Holcim-PRB as the first of our mockers because, once again, they broke away. They wanted to go a little bit further south. I mean, you make all these wonderful moves over all the miles, and you make one poor decision in the final push. Well, Team Yayo, they have sailed this boat well. They have sailed this boat very clean, and they look set to be laying across the finish line. There's been a big question about what the weather is going to be here on the racetrack. Let's take a look. Well, the finish line is set just off the city shoreline, and at the moment we have got some good breeze. The sea breeze, if indeed that's what it is, has been starting to build. This morning when we came down to the Ocean Life Park, it was very light, very sticky, but now we're getting something coming in from that southeast. And from the direction and the angle that the boats are making, it's good, it's powering themselves up. I mean, Dee, if you're going to be in light winds, being upwind, going upwind in light winds is pretty good.
It makes it much more comfortable to get the boat momentum because you're actually creating more apparent wind, so you're actually got something to work with. If you were downwind, you would really be stuck and really searching for any power.
It's going to be difficult for those boats to hold off the celebrations, but waiting for them on the dock is Natasha and Jessie.
Thanks, Niall and Dee. Niall and Dee, as they were speaking about the weather, how tricky it's been to get here to Genoa. Hugging that coast definitely looked like it paid off for those that did.
Yeah, I mean, tricky for them out there, but tricky for us in here. It's really hot with no breeze, so yeah, it's very pleasant that southeasterly is just picking up. Like Niall said, whatever that breeze is it a sea breeze? But whatever it is, we're thankful for it. And Team Yayo just did a really nice job of committing to that coastline, hugging that coastline, and it's just funneled them in perfectly to the finish line here in Genova.
Yeah, that's right, and it looks like also our IMOCAs Biotherm and Malizia seem to have, taken advantage of that sea breeze. But yeah, it does seem like they're going to be coming in here and perhaps using that Genoa to reach Genoa.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they made the commitment, like Guyot, to commit to going to that coastline. We saw Holcim-PRB stayed further out to sea, and chatting to a few locals down here this morning, they thought they were preparing for the teams to arrive in at 5 a.m. because they said, you got to commit to that coastline. You've got to hug that coastline and it'll pay dividends. So, Malizia, they did that and they went from, being back in third all the way to leading the way, and it looks like they're going to cross that line. So a great job navigation-wise to pick that coastline, make the most of that breeze and enjoying just a beautiful little sea breeze into the finish line here.
Yeah, for sure. And here we are on the pontons. We can see Wind Whisper racing team behind us that arrived yesterday, and it's empty here, but we're waiting. Soon it'll be filled with all of our boats. Very exciting times to welcome them all here in the Ocean Life Park on a beautiful sunny day in Genova.
Yeah, well, it's quite remarkable that Wind Whisper's been here for nearly a day. They absolutely blasted away not just the Vo65 fleet, but the Imoca fleet as well. So a really incredible performance there from Wind Whisper. I'm sure they had great celebrations last night, but they'll be coming down, like the fans will be as well, to welcome in the next lot of teams. So it's going to be a very busy day.
Yeah, for sure it'll be a busy day. Lots of celebrations coming up, so stay with us.
Thanks, Natasha. Thanks, Jesse. It's been incredibly busy for the last 24 hours. I mean, that's the thing, Dee, isn't it? We wouldn't normally be seeing so many place changes in that final push, certainly by my memory. But in this final little effort here, this was where Team Malizia managed to find their way around Team Holcim-PRB and Biotherm, playing that route into the coast. And then, interestingly, they traded it. Biotherm then went into the coast. Okay, if going close to the land is good, that's where you get the breeze. But then Biotherm didn't manage to make it work. I mean, for the navigators, you've been moving the boat through all these miles. You've been trying to get all these forecasts. You've been trying to piece together all these puzzles. And if you've got any little mental capacity left, you needed it just for that final moment, because it is not just as simple as plugging in the forecast and the computer telling you, go this way. We see a lot of different navigators taking very different routes.
That's right. And in this part of the world, it's the forecast is one thing, but actually it's what's happening around you, what you can see in front of you that you've just got to work with. And it was really interesting on the tracker when they all came together and then who committed where. And it's almost like Biotherm went too far and Malizia got the gain by not going quite as far back to the beach. But it was interesting, at that time they came together, they were also with the Volvo 65s, Team Guyot and Viva Mexico in there, and who stuck with who. So Guyot went with Malizia and they came out really well. Viva Mexico was like, okay, we're going to stick with Holcim-PRB, and they fared a little less well. So, well played. It is really hard, and who can keep that focus till the end? That's the hard bit, I think.
Team Guyot are next going to be, they are going to be our next boat across this finish line. They are coming in now. You can see how much the breeze is getting a little bit light on the water, but it's more than enough for this Vo65 with that masthead code 0. And Natasha and Jesse are there ready to welcome them in. And the boat looks set to cross this finish line in just a few moments.
How exciting to see the boats very soon to cross that finish line. Wow, Team Malizia, how they overtook last night. What an incredible story. They're going to be so happy. I mean, this team, we know how they party. We know what a big team it is. And I'm sure these docks are going to be close to the water line later on.
Oh, they've sailed a great race, but they've kind of been the runner-up, the bridesmaid, if you will, and it's going to be great to see them welcome them across the finish line in first place. But it was no easy feat, They struggled early on in this race. They were at the back of the fleet, and we kind of thought, maybe without 11th hour racing, this was their opportunity. And as the leg went on, it kind of went, well, they didn't really throw any punches until the last 24 hours. They, I reckon, just came out and said, you know what, guys, we need to make some decisions, whether it's going to mean we're at the back of the fleet or taking the win. Let's just commit to doing whatever we can to take that win. And they just put all their cards on the table, and it looks like they're going to cross that finish line in first place. And I can guarantee this dock is going to be rocking.
Yeah. But of course, we never know what can happen out there on the water at the last minute. The wind could completely die, and we could see some surprises. It's happened in the past. It's exciting times, and we'll just have to see, but it's coming really soon.
Yeah, but you can't forget about Team Guyot as well. They've been battling out there, doing a great job, recovering well. They were back in 4th place as well, so a great job from Guyot to go from 4th all the way up into 2nd place and keep in touch with Wind Whisper. So a great job from Team Guyot.
Yeah, great from all of them. So we'll wait and see very soon.
Thanks, Natasha. Thanks, Jesse. No one wants to jinx it, even though you've got to admit that for Team Guyot at the moment, in terms of the Vo65, their nearest rival in their fleet, Viva Mexico, is a good 9 miles away to the south. So they're going to be coming in on a less effective angle, less powered up here, Dee. So for Team Guyot, I think we can say, especially as we cut to the helicopter and we can see the finish line ahead, those 2 white boys. I mean, this is it. This is the boat, the only team that really caused any kind of problems for Wind Whisper Racing Team, and they're coming in well here into Genova. It's not the leg win, but it's a strong performance.
Really good performance. They haven't had it all their way. They've had moments of glory where they've really impressed and battled in, and then the Orcas decided to battle them, and they had their own few problems entering the Mediterranean. But, you know, fair play, they took the battle with the remaining of the fleet because Wind Whisper had gone clear ahead. There was no way to get back to them. And they've held it together, and you can see now between them and the finish line, there's patches of breeze, enough to get them there. I think we can be pretty confident that's the 2nd place to Team Guyot.
There's a lovely bit of history as well, just on the top left-hand side of the helicopter shot with that old Genoese boat. And here at the Ocean Life Park, there's been a whole bunch of these boats, 100-year-old wooden things that are being held together by the passion and the love of their owners. It's really quite incredible to see these things sort of sailing around, enjoying the conditions. But Dee, I just want to go back to that encounter with the Orcas. I mean, I guess we can't really call it an attack. We don't really know what the Orcas were doing. But in your sailing, in your experience, have you ever come across anything like that?
Well, fortunately, my experience of Orcas has been just a visual one. They were keeping themselves to themselves. It was off the coast of Boston and again off the coast of Brazil. I've never had them come that close as an encounter, but it's getting more and more common, and we're hearing some quite destructive stories of people actually having big issues from boat damage with these Orcas along that Portuguese coast. And the general consensus is you have to go further offshore or you have to come too shallow for the Orcas to feel comfortable. And in that middle ground is where they seem to be dominating and feel that the sea is their environment, not these alien boats that are sailing past, and they want to let us know about it. So it'd be really interesting to see what science and research is done following this now, because it really has become an issue over the last couple of years.
And it was amazing to see the images of it, see the videos of it, because like you say, we hear about it, you see them at a distance, but incredible to be up there. And I know for Team Guyot, it had a detrimental effect on their performance. They did what I think you could argue to be the right thing when you come into contact with large, sea creatures. You're dropping sails, slowing the boat down, looking after the boat, looking after the creatures in the water, but it did let the other team sort of slip past them. So in a sense, it's nice for this boat to feel like they are still going to be crossing that finish line in the position which they have held for a long time on this leg. They've got themselves back into the position that was rightly theirs.
Absolutely, and they feel that they've worked hard and they've deserved the result that they feel they should have got. I mean, ideally they wanted to win after that dominant import performance in The Hague for their home import race, which was fantastic. They had a really good start of the leg, but Wind Whisper had a lot of experience. They navigated really well, and it was interesting to hear the interviews after Wind Whisper finished yesterday, where they had to make that decision of, do we defend and risk the gap closing, or do we sail as fast as we can and hope we're making the right decision? But their buffer, their delta between first and second place was big enough that they could take some bold navigational calls, sail their boat fast, and that's what kept them ahead and gave them that win. But this is great performance from a relatively young team, and they will be absolutely stoked with this result, and I'm sure Jelmer will be have that recognised big smile on his face that we've got used to seeing now, especially from The Hague onwards.
It's what you say about manoeuvres and the hard work that they put in. I mean, I'm just winding the tracker back in front of me here, and it's not hyper accurate, but what you can do is you can just sort of pick the corners, the little kinks in the line, and you can assume it was a tack, it was a jibe. And just in the last 24 hours, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 maybe. I mean, that's the navigator, that's the afterguard saying, look, I want to do this, and the rest of the crew saying, we've got the energy to do it. you know, it is one thing to make the decision. It's another thing to wake everybody up and say, I'm sorry, we need to move the stack again. We've got to go through all these maneuvers again.
It is that commitment, and you almost have to do the, you know, come on, we want to finish as strong as we can. We're committed to this. It's the last push. But yesterday they would have had 20 knots in the Mistral coming down the Gulf de Leon and thinking, yeah, you know, we've only got 80 miles to run. This is great. And then literally as they've got closer to the finish line, it's felt further and further away. And it is one of the most frustrating things as they come towards the finish line. It always happens. You can never kind of say, oh, we'll be in by lunchtime. We'll be in for this meal or that meal. You know, they're probably low on food. They're tired. They haven't slept. They've done a million sail changes, a million manoeuvres. But it's all been worth it for this moment that lies ahead of them when they cross that finish line.
And it was not certain. I mean, we talk about you know, this boat doing really well at the moment. We talk about what a strong performance. But one of the reasons why we are now welcoming this boat in to cross the finish line in the Vo65 Sprint in second is because they managed to break away from Viva Mexico, and they only really managed to do that in the early hours of the morning, and they've just extended from there. So even for this team, for this final push, this last, as you say, this last 20 minutes, no sailor, you know, I've done this for a while now, no sailor celebrates before they get to the finish line, or at least if you do, you live to regret it. But it has been a long time coming before I'm guessing they will have even felt confident approaching this finish line.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, when we looked at the tracker going to bed, Viva Mexico was really well placed and had big smiles on their faces, which goes to show how hard this team has worked overnight and managing those transitions from that stronger breeze into this light, fickle breeze. They had no breeze floating around, pointing the wrong direction, and then they slowly had the patience and the focus to get it going and going the right way. And they would have been distracted a little bit having the IMOCAs around them. So really fair play to them for keeping that focus all the way.
Is that a useful thing? In one of the boat feeds, someone was talking about we're in around the other fleet, and it's useful just to use them to gauge the breeze, but even though they're not racing against each other.
Yeah, it was Nico Lunven on board Malizia actually that commented on it. And what you do is, because you've got AIS readings, you can actually see real data from the other boats. So you see their boat speed, you see the direction, and you can see then what wind conditions they've got. So although your forecast says one thing and your instruments say one thing, what you want to know is what's going on 100 yards away or 200 yards away or just out of sight of the range, you know, and that gives you that information, which allows you to make much better decisions with more clarity.
Is that sort of split-second warning of a shift or a split-second warning of a lull in the breeze? You can maybe just shift the gear a little bit better. You can maybe get yourself sort of ready. And these are some of the things that we've been seeing our onboard reporters sort of bringing to us. We've had an awful lot of wildlife. I know we're focusing on the Orcas. That encounter was really quite spectacular. But the teams have been reporting that they've had whales and all the rest of it. But the only thing that is going to be on the minds of the sailors now is the finish line right in front of them. They have got a flotilla of boats coming out here from Genova to welcome in Team Guyot, our second place Vo65 across the finish line here in the grand finale. Second place on stage 3 of the Ocean Race Vo65 Sprint. Really strong performance from this team, and as you were saying, Dee, Jelmer van Beek, he was the only skipper to have taken away maximum points from Wind Whisperer Racing Team, winning that import race in his home waters, and then starting strong in this leg, the first of our Vo65s to lead out into the wider sea. And there you can see the crew just taking that time to a little bit of a congratulations from the race committee over the VHF. I think that was the voice of Phil Lawrence, the Ocean Race Director. And the crew now having a little bit of a chance on the back left-hand side. Jelmer van Beek on the helm. The rest of the crew in the middle. Always time to hug everybody on a Vo65. Always, you know, you never really want to, you know, miss each other out. It's not, you know, we talk about teammates, but you've lived with these people. You've slept next to them. You know, you've slipped into their stinky sleeping bag for the last, 12 days. And that is exactly what they've done on this leg. This has been a hot, sweaty leg right from beginning to end as they've negotiated the fickle winds of a high pressure. And it is quite hot and sweaty, and so you do get to know these people particularly well, and you get to see them at their best and their worst, you know, when they're tired, when they're hungry. If any of them had a worry that they were going to run out of food, were they on rations with their food?
but actually you go through all these emotions together, and that's what makes you stronger. It is the ultimate intense family life.
And what's it like when you're down? I mean, I'm seeing all these chase boats, the shore team. We saw this yesterday with Wind Whisper Racing Team, the call box coming up, and you know, whatever it is that the sailors have been emailing off the boat saying, I cannot wait to have a drink of this, a bite of this. So, you know, I'm desperately looking forward to that. You know, a good shore team has gone out now and they've made sure they've scoured the local supermarket to put that little smile on the sailors' faces. You know, it's quite something to have all those boats alongside. I know you finished some of your round the world races and things like that, where everyone comes out in the water. Does it mean as much as I'm guessing it means for the sailors?
Oh, absolutely. And it's that, whether you've been on your own on a boat or whether you've been with a team, it's that fact that you've had this following, this support, this group of people that have followed your every move that you're almost unaware of, because you just send the stuff off the boat and you're concentrating and you're living this race 24/7. And you realise that other people have been as well while you've been doing it. You know, they've been checking the tracker multiple times a day. They've gone to sleep with it. They've woken up to it. And they've been following what you've been doing. And then suddenly that call comes to life because they're there cheering you. And you think, yeah, this is pretty good, actually. And it does kind of make it all worth it. And the shore team as well, they've put a lot of work in to help prepare the boat. So you've sailed it to its full potential because they've done the work. So it's a joint kind of appreciation for each other.
It's amazing when you hear the sailors. There is no sailor that we've had in the ocean race, the Vo65 Sprint, no sailor that hasn't at one point said, oh, big thanks to the shore team, big thanks to the people that have been preparing the boat. Everybody knows that if you're racing one of these boats, you might know how to race it, but you might not know how to fix it. You might not even know how to put it together in the first place. So there are a lot of unsung heroes behind the scenes of not just this team, but all of our teams out here in the Vo65 Sprint and the ocean race as well. And shortly for Team Guyot, they're going to be ashore with everybody on their team and the crowds here in the Ocean Live Park, and we wish them very well indeed. Well, behind Team Guyot, we have got the first of our IMOCAs. We have got Team Malizia. And the boat speeds at the moment are pretty important here. 7.2 knots for the German boat, 5.4 for Biotherm, and then 4.2 knots for Team Holcim-PRB. And, you know, I enjoy a little bit of speculating. I enjoy sort of jinxing people's results, but let's just say Team Malizia are looking strong. Biotherm and Team Holcim-PRB, that is going to be very close indeed. But for Team Malizia, they are sailing well and coming into this finish line in fine form, and the crew are having a chance to feel good.
It's another 20 minutes to the finish. It's incredible, no?
Yeah, I have a strange feeling coming.
I have a strange feeling coming too that we're gonna finish the ocean race, that we're finish a lap around the world.
Yes.
31,000 nautical miles, 105 days at sea, and now we finish. We're probably gonna win the leg.
Let's see. We have to finish it properly. I'm shaking a bit.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if it's from the camera or it's my emotions. I think it's really a mix of both of them. Yeah.
Dee, let's take that moment. I mean, let's take exactly what Rosalind was talking about, because we spend so much of our time talking about performance and points, but this is a journey that is coming to an end.
Exactly, and Rosalind's a great example there of somebody sailing around the world for the first time. So that realisation of she's just completed a circumnavigation, she now goes into that list of sailors that have sailed around the world. And it's funny, she could even name how many days they've been at sea. And that's quite hard in an ocean race because you stop and have those stopovers. Yeah. So it isn't, you know, it's cumulative, but there's big gaps in between. So she's clearly been doing the maths on this leg.
Yeah, but also, what is a day? I mean, when you're out at sea, you might have 4 or 5 watches within a day. I mean, it gets pretty blurry.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's that sunrise, sunset. I mean, most of the time they didn't even know what meal to be eating as they've travelled around the time zones, and these things just confuse everybody. But what was really nice there is they're ahead. They can see the finish line. They're talking about another 20 minutes to go, but they didn't want to jinx it. Even the onboard reporter there was just like, oh, hold on. But they are all feeling emotions, and it doesn't matter what role they've played in this, whether you come first or last. This is an emotional time because it's been so much commitment. It's not just the time since January that they've been sailing. It was all the build-up and preparation to get them to the start line initially. That's all part of it as well.
And great to see the smiles for Rosalind Kuiper, as you say. a new sailor around the world, this is going to be an experience that she's going to remember for quite a while, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's almost one of the nice things, that she's on deck seeing it all and enjoying it all. Will Harris again, it's his first round the world, so I'm sure he'll be elated. Nico and Boris have done it before, but it still doesn't change the emotion that's involved. It may be another lap, but it's still just as powerful, just as important, just as special. You know, Boris did it on his own, he's done it with other teams, but this has been a project of a family that he's put together.
And let's just mention Will Harris here, because you can see him there, just still working on the autopilot, still working on the speed, not taking anything for granted. You talk about young sailors going around the world for the first time. He has been skipper of this boat multiple times. You know, if you were building a team for the future, not just for the ocean race, but for any round the world race, you might be looking at someone like Will and thinking, this guy is made of some pretty impressive stuff.
Well, he showed that when he was back Figaro sailing, really good results as a rookie into the Figaro class, and then continued that as his journey. Good at navigating, good at, you know, those short course intense races, coastal races that are so difficult. But also he was in the race control for the ocean race on a previous edition, so he's been the other side of the program. So he's been looking at the data, he's been looking at the navigation, looking at all the weather. So he's got all this information, and now it was his chance to put it all together in a race. And they've just announced that he'll be joining Boris for the Transat Jacques Vabre later in the year, double-handed across the Atlantic. So there isn't much rest for them. They need to recover and get back on it, really.
And with all of those impressive accolades that you just read out, you know, the attention to detail that he brings, I'm not sure how well you know him on a personal level, but I guess the key question is, he seems like a very nice guy. I mean, I'm crossing my fingers that very much is the case. He seems like somebody who is that rare mix of pretty skilled and quite humble.
Absolutely, I'm lucky enough to know him quite well, and actually anybody that comes in to encounter any time with him has exactly the same to say. He's very willing to give advice and help and support. He's been out sailing with double-handed crews before, giving on his knowledge of things he's learned, and he just generally is that nice guy. But so many of them are, and actually that's one of the really lovely things about our sport. It's full of really nice people.
And a very nice thing about this team as well, every team puts their priorities down, their number one attribute that they want to have shown in the crew list that they have, in that cohesion that they'll get out of their sailors. And for Team Malizia, maybe like others as well, but certainly for Team Malizia, the bond of the team, the 4 people together, 5 people together on a journey, enjoying each other's company and very much enjoying each moment, come what may. That seems to have been the central ethos for this team. Let's just talk about the other team member here, the boat. Because for Team Malizia, this boat, as you see from the helicopter shots, it's really unusual compared to a lot of other remolkers.
That's right. She doesn't fit the same mould as the others. She's been totally built and designed for a very good Vendée Globe. They were really looking at the big wind conditions, the surfing in big waves downwind, and we all almost wrote the boat off for the light wind conditions. Yet,
I will put my hand up and I will say I did. Absolutely did, yeah.
But they called us out on it, and they showed on a previous leg where it's been light winds that they could play their own game. And here they've had one of the most complex legs with so many transitions and light zones, and here they are coming in front of the fleet, of the IMOCA fleet, just showing how versatile this boat was that we all called extreme at the beginning of the race.
And I think a lot of people who have got IMOCAs in the mould or maybe on the drawing board, not yet built, are maybe thinking, well, maybe I can copy a few things. Maybe it's good actually to be a little bit heavier if that extra weight comes with space, comfort, bigger bow, more sort of flotation at the front, more buoyancy. You see Nico Lunven, I think they're just on the leeward side, just sort of calling in. They will have had the waypoints for this finish thousands of miles back, already plugged in. They'll be able to see it creeping forward. Now we can see it there. But I'm just wondering, Dee, we're on the virtual eye at the moment. We're under 7 knots. It's a small dip in boat speed. And it looked to me like when we were above them on the helicopter, they looked like they were a little bit lower on power compared to what we've seen. As we go round, you can see Biotherm still doing well on 5.6 knots, but a big turn up to their right. And Holcim, At 7 knots, 6.5. The question will be, in the battle for second place, whether Team Holcim-PRB can make it down to this finish. At the moment, Benjamin Schwartz is going to struggle to get the Swiss team down there. It looks like they're going to be doing extra manoeuvres, but potentially Biotherm as well are going to have to do extra manoeuvres. So I'm going to say that I think that the breeze is changing and not changing for the better.
And I think Malizia is going to be super lucky to cross this line and get it done,
yes.
leaving that battle between Biotherm and Holcim-PRB to the two of them and not be part of that. They'll be relieved at that. Nico Lunven, fantastic navigator. I was lucky enough to have him as my navigator on the last edition of the race. Absolutely lovely person to sail with. He'll be delighted that he managed to pull this difficult and fragile leg out the bag, given that they haven't led until this time when it counts, which is really good credit to them.
It is an incredible overtake, and I'm sure everybody played their part, but I think you've really got to shine the light on Nico Lunven. He has a little bit of a reputation for being confident enough to take the wild moves. I mean, wild might not quite be the right term, but looking for that opportunity to do a lot with one extra maneuver, one sort of push out to the left or to the right. And this time it was just the confidence to go right into the coast, playing it really hard as the other teams parked up, but then crucially knowing when to get out off the coast as well and get back into the open Mediterranean Sea. And amazing display there of knowing when your priorities need to shift.
Yeah, and he's patient. He plays the long game, and that patience kind of rubs off on the rest of the team. And it's okay, you know, we've got this, we can do this, and it will just take time, but it all comes together in the end. And years of sailing the Figaro circuit, where it's all about match racing, boats next to each other, literally playing every little shift and puff that you can as you go. So, you know, the Mediterranean is great training for that, and a really good display of ability when it all comes together.
He really does spend so much of his time on the water. I mean, I'm thinking back to, I want to say leg 2 in the previous edition of the Ocean Race when he was your navigator. I might be wrong on which leg it was, but there was a leg where he was on the water when one of his children was born, and he was scrolling through the charts to try and find a suitable name.
That's correct. He became a dad for the second time on that leg. So yes, we're very grateful to his understanding wife and family. And he did dutifully go home at Cape Town and go and see the newborn. But he again will be joining Samantha Davis, recently released on Initiative Curve for the Transat Jacques Vabre at the end of the year. So he's back out to sea, so not a lot of time to rest and recover. But he loves it. He genuinely loves being out there, and he's so good at what he does.
You bring up a very good point. I mean, we've mentioned the thanks that need to go to the shore team of every single boat, but also the partners, whether they be husbands, wives, parents, children. I mean, there's a lot of people that work hard in whatever form to let these sailors achieve their goals, or even just attempt to achieve their goals. I mean, there's a lot of people here that come down to the dock, welcome in these moments, see these images, and are thinking, in some way, I've had a hand in that. You know, a little bit of that is me.
Oh, it's more than a little bit. You know, literally, this can't happen without the buy-in of partners and families and the support network that every sailor has, as well as the shore team and the logistics team that make it all happen. And it all looks so seamless from what we see on an image or from the boat feed or the boat sailing looking really cool. There's so much work, but there's such a support network. As you say, there be as much emotion from the sailors and the team itself, as well as the peripheral family, the partners, the children, the dogs, the cats that get left behind, that are there to suddenly, they're home, and now I've got to accommodate them back into normal life again. I love the little bit of iPhone action there from Rosalind, just in case there's not enough cameras capturing this moment where they cross the finish line. She wanted to make sure she had her own little bit of history there.
Well, the finish line is just a little way ahead. You can see the just at the top of their mast, on Team Malizia's mast, just the left-hand side, the collection of boats. Down there is where the race control boats are, and in fact, you can see the two white. That is the finish line. One of them just the other side of the mainsail, just coming out of behind the mainsail, and then the one on the right as well. That's the line. And the angle that this team is going to be crossing that line is quite acute. The breeze is definitely flicking to the right-hand side here.
Yeah, just looking at those images there, it is super light.
So keep it moving. Once we cross the line, we can...
Quite a bit above the marks, huh?
yeah, we are.
Still, if you come up now and you drive, it's still 4 knots, the weather change.
The boat will stop. Keep it moving.
So that conversation there, where they're trying to keep the boat moving, that conversation of do we come up and do a manoeuvre or risk the boat stopping, and they just don't want the boat to stop.
There's about 4 miles between them and Biotherm and Team Holcim-PRB. It's a good margin for error.
Push it.
But I'm going to say that they are maybe 95% confident. You know, they're not easing up. They're not quite letting, as Antoine, the onboard reporter, just whistling up a little bit of extra wind if he can. But the finish line is right there. It would be quite something to not even just drift across that line ahead of the others. Of course, Biotherm, Team Holcim-PRB, they're going to have to sail through this same breeze that we're seeing here for Team Malizia. But we've seen some light winds. We've seen boats park up and then one and Mocha maybe 3 hull lengths to the right or to the left just slip past. In fact, I think it was this boat when we were seeing the leg departure out of Newport, Rhode Island, that was exploiting the light winds.
That's right, that boat that we didn't think could sail in light wind seemed to pull it out of the bag, and here we are again. But that decision now of do they come up, build the speed and do a manoeuvre, Boris seemed to be quite relaxed. You know, if we need to jibe, we'll jibe. And Will was like, oh, I think we should just keep it going, and it's just like, oh, shall we, shan't we, shall we, shan't we? It's a tough call, but because they can see the finish line right there.
You need somebody as well just to make that final call, don't you? I mean, there's nothing worse than when you say, oh, I think this, and somebody else says, oh, I think that, but no one's 100% confident. Then the doubt starts worming its way in, and you start to sort of second guess the decisions that you've even, both agreed on. For now, though, that masthead code 0, it's still flying, it's still pulling. They've still got enough wind in there in the sails. They're just sailing past now New Zealand Endeavour, the boat that won the ocean race back in 93, 94. Grant Dalton was the skipper, I believe, and they are out on the water to take part in the Legends Regatta that's going to be going on here this afternoon. They'll be hoping for a little bit more breeze as well, but they definitely slowed here. Team Malizia definitely slowed, and the wind is definitely shifted to that right-hand side. There is a big distance between Team Malizia and any other IMOCA. They are a long way from any threat of losing the first place position in this final leg of the ocean race, but it probably doesn't feel great to have come this far, be this close to the finish line, and be starting to go slowly. Team Malizia making their way past the boats that have come out to welcome them in. not all of them, members of the team. You can normally spot Team Malizia from their black tops. This is their chance now. This is their moment to be kind of welcomed in. And for whatever the reason, Team Malizia certainly do have quite a loyal fan base. They've really amassed a lot of fans around the world.
Definitely, the Malizian army has come out in force, and they've been slowly growing. It's been quite organic, but they've really delivered a lot of content from the boat. Lots of honest, open stuff. I mean, even the joke when they were like, oh, Boris is asleep and the kids are at play, with Rosalind and Will doing stuff that, maybe Boris knew about, maybe he didn't. But you really kind of felt that you were brought into their atmosphere and the environment that they've created. Boris has done a very good job with this team, and it really has grown. And they won that massive leg, that historic leg 3, Southern Ocean leg, that kind of really gave them the pedestal and the justification of all the decisions about the boat design and everything coming together. And here they are winning the end. And, you're as good as your last race. And this is their last race of the ocean race, and they're going to win it.
0.1.
The helicopter flying low, and it was very nice to see Will Harris put his face out of the cockpit and have a chance to take in the view here, the view of so many people coming out in the water to welcome them in.
It means that I can jump now?
Yeah, no, not now.
I'm not sure if we get this one right there.
Well, before the finish.
Imagine if I would...
It's just metal.
Yeah, but I think...
well, let's not think of it.
Don't think about it.
I think Antoine, the onboard reporter, wants to go out with a bang from his round-the-world journey, and I think
we just go 1 minute together all inside.
I think he's planning to jump off and have a little bit of a swim, but Rosalind was very quick to point out to him he can't do that before they finish. They've got to finish with the number of people that they started with.
Well, that's right. So Boris was like, no, that's not in the rules, stay on board. And Rosalind was like, no, he'd just be a man overboard, we just deal with it. It's like, no, let's just not deal with any of that. Please stay on the boat and finish the race.
Yeah, the finish line is right there. Let's just cross that finish line, and then you guys can worry about whatever else after that.
It is quite funny when they are taking in just the volume of boats around them. Although the Mediterranean's very busy and they've been in sight of the other boats, there's a general feeling of space when you're racing a leg of the race. You've got ocean or even the Mediterranean Sea, there's space to do stuff. And suddenly now, all these boats will feel very close to them, and they'll suddenly be like, oh God, it's really busy and this is quite stressful. So the transition is really big when you first come into a finish line.
Well, the finish line is right in front of them. They have kept their speed above 5 knots, and that is crucial, even with the wind starting to fade away and turn to the right. For Biotherm behind, and for Team Holcim-PRB, it seems to have come back a little bit more, pushing both their bows down. But while first place is a certainty for Team Malizia, Boris Herrmann and his crew, second place is really up for grabs here. We're going to be welcoming the German boat across the finish line before we need to start worrying about Biotherm and Team Holcim-PRB. But worry we will, because second and third look set to come down to the wire. Just always coming back to these foils, D, and how much attention to detail the designers put for all of these boats. And then at the last minute, Boris broke the foils, grabbed a spare one from Sam Davies, stuck them in the boat, and lo and behold, they worked.
Yeah, I mean, lucky, convenient, but actually what great practical knowledge now that Sam has and confidence she has with the design of foils for her boat. She's just seen them go around the world. It's great.
That is very true. It's very true, and it's something that we've seen not just with the foils, with the sail design, with the whole design that we're talking about. Team Malizia, the progress of these teams in this event, in the ocean race, has been carefully picked over by anybody that is sailing in a Mocha or wants to be sailing in a Mocha. Charlie Dannon, the Mocha world champion, he jumped on board 11th Hour Racing Team, and he was saying how much valuable the drone footage was.
It's not that far. Look, this nice boat here.
Beautiful boat.
should do a race with those things.
Yeah, but I need to be ready for the finishing line.
Optimus out in the water, a junior sailing boat getting out there as the breeze is filling in, and Team Malizia, that Genoese rigged classic boat sailing faster now than a round the world Imoca boat, and it goes to show you that the right sail for the right conditions, for the right venue. The finish line just up ahead here for Boris Herrmann and Team Malizia. This team, which has amassed a passionate following, always facing the most dramatic moments with energy and optimism, and now here in Genova. Boris Herrmann, Will Harris, Rosalind Kuiper and Nico Lunven have completed an amazing lap of the planet, showing what this radical design can do in the hands of skilled sailors. Now they cross the line in first place on leg 7 and celebrate as a team once again.
Yes, I! Yeah, yeah, yeah! Let's come this other side to the sun. Yeah! Allez, je fais la photo avec vous là, c'est bon. Allez, let's go.
They just came off the helm, they've just come up to celebrate, they've just turned the boat down a little bit and it's parked up. It gives you an idea of how much on a knife edge the speed was, how much work they were having to do to keep it moving.
It's quite nice, they can totally relax, they're not going anywhere, all the ribs will stay out the way of the boat, it's just kind of flapping around in the breeze, just pottering along. It's how lovely, what a way to finish 31,000 miles or whatever Rosalind said it was around the world. You know, a really tough leg to finish on and a well-deserved win that literally only happened from the early hours of this morning to put themselves in contention for that win. They were in third place for most of the time on this leg, but you only need to be in the first place as you cross the finish line, and that's what they've done.
And I mean, third place, they were really cemented in third place at the time. They were a long way back. It looked like a 2-horse race all the way coming through here. The yacht club of Monaco being flown there. Part of the suppliers and the sponsors and the supporters for Team Malizia, the Genoese flag as well, and all of the crew now on the coach roof of Boris Herrmann's Imoca and enjoying what this moment means, not only for the scores, for the points, for any trophies and awards, but this journey, this lap of the planet, this team that has come together to support each other and help each other excel around the world, and now they are seeing the conclusion of that full turn of the planet. Indeed, in terms of any of these sailors, if you never do the ocean race again, they're going to have an awful lot of stories to tell, from masts ripping and then repairing them. I mean, what they face down and what they kind of overcome with sails speared on foils, tearing themselves in half. Not even beginning to talk about their performance and how coming from last back into first on this leg. There's so much that they're going to be able to draw from this.
Their story has been quite phenomenal, and I think, you know, there's a lot of stories in this race for all the teams, but Team Malizia's story, right from pre-race in that preparation period after the Route de Rome, where they had to last minute change the foils, so they didn't really know how they were going to be. They then set off. We've had, as you say, we've had sails fall from the sky, rip in pieces. We've had mast repairs that looked like it potentially could be a race stopper, but they overcame that. We've had head injuries. We've had a few crew rotations, but generally the core's always been there. And they've just never lost heart. They've never kind of got beaten by it of, oh, God, another thing wrong, we can't do this. They've just kept fighting, knowing that it's not over until you cross that finish line. And this last leg was the perfect display of that. Of it doesn't matter until you get to that finish line. That's when it matters.
Team Malizia celebrating now on the waters with the finish line behind them, the grand finale in Genova, and what a grand finale this boat has delivered in the final 24-48 hours. the navigational know-how of Nico Lunven, the confidence of the crew to follow those decisions, and they managed to slip their way past. At Biotherm, they managed to overhaul the lead that Team Holcim-PRB had, and now they are the first IMOCA to cross the finish line, taking the win in leg 7 of the ocean race. Very light breeze now out in the water. The full plethora of ribs and spectator boats, support vessels out in the water, welcoming this team in, and the city just behind them with the Ocean Life Park ready to have them dock up in front of the crowds. And of course there will be trophies and there will be awards waiting for them as well, but there is a moment to savor here. There is a moment in your life that you want to say, oh yeah, I remember, I want that photograph because I remember exactly how I felt wearing a grin as big as a harbour on my face, having just completed this lap around the world.
And it doesn't matter if there's more laps to come, you'll always remember the finish of each and every one, because they all mean something, and they've all been part of your journey and your progress. So, you know, Boris has done a lot of laps on a lot of different boats and a lot of experience, highs and lows, and he'll remember all of them. But it's so lovely for him and Nico to be doing it with Will and Rosalind, like two people that are doing it for the first time. That's, you know, that's progress. That's passing on knowledge and developing the next group of sailors. That hopefully is what our sport needs to become more about.
And there's been a lot of trust as well from the experience to the new sailors. I mean, all of them skilled, but I was amazed to see how it appeared to me anyway, Team Malizia, the way they sailed the boat was almost like one person on watch. One person on watch, one person in the bunk, on standby, in kit, maybe ready to jump up. But from a lot of the boat feeds, it didn't look like Nico Lunven and Rosalind Kuiper, Boris Herrmann and Will Harris. It didn't look like experienced old helping young. It seemed like experienced old saying, I wouldn't have picked you to sail with me if I didn't trust you to sail this boat while I'm asleep. And that's quite something.
It is, but it's so important to empower your crew so that they believe in themselves and assure them that you believe in them. Gives them the confidence to do stuff. Otherwise you're constantly in fear that you don't know enough to do your job. So it doesn't surprise me at all, and there's also a lot that we don't see on the boat feeds of who's in the background and who's doing what. And it will be slightly different for the different conditions, whether it was Southern Ocean or whether it's been floating around in the Mediterranean. It will all have been a slight adaptation on watch systems and responsibility and roles being generated.
They want us to drop the sound of water to not have anyone pressure into it.
Team Malizia now making their preparations, deciding how to pack the boat away. Of course, they do have one more little push to go for the import race that will be in a couple of days' time here in Genova, but the offshore, the long miles, that is behind them. So meanwhile, on the dock, it's Team Guyot, now safely tied up next to the shore, next to the pontoon, and of course the champagne moment for a team that has put forward an incredible performance, taking back second place on the water in this final stage. I don't know what is in those food bowls, Steve, but we saw it with Wind Whisper Racing Team. You know, somebody has put a lot of time and a lot of care to prepare, you know, that kind of first meal back ashore. You know, and it comes out for the sailors, but, you know, for a lot of these sailors, it's always quite amazing to be able to hear from them.
Oh, okay. Oh, straight into my parents. Very much, yeah, super happy to arrive here in second place and look at the people, so many people on the dock. And this leg, we always said it's going to be decided in the last night. And well, I'm so proud of my team. They delivered a super good job in the last night and we came into second place, so I'm really happy.
So who did navigation? I mean, hugging that coast was really like the key, wasn't it?
Yeah, he should come over here. Max, where are you? I don't see him anymore. No, Max Dekkers. well, pleasure to work together with him. He is such a good guy and always kept his head cool and did a really good job because, well, this leg, we have never been so many park ups and waiting for wind, but luckily in the end we were on the right side, so we're really happy.
And so how are you going to celebrate this win?
Oh, yeah, I think tonight we'll have a few beers. The ocean race is not over yet. We still have the import race to go on the 1st of July. But yeah, tonight we're going to have a little party, for sure.
Well, congratulations. What would be the message? There he is, the navigator. Congratulations. Great job. How does it feel?
Feels pretty good. Yeah, it was a pretty intense night. So, yeah, we knew it was going to be difficult. But going in 4th place in the night, we knew there were going to be opportunities. So, yeah, really happy it ended this way.
A little message in Dutch for, the viewers. What would you want to tell them of how you feel at this moment?
Ja, wat hebben we met elkaar een fantastische oceanrace gehad. En zo gaaf dat het Nederlandse zeilen weer een boot heeft gehad in de oceanrace. Na 5 jaar de nieuwe generatie mee kon doen. Wij hebben ervan genoten. Het smaakt ook naar meer. Maar eerst gaan we hiervan genieten. En heel erg bedankt allemaal voor alle support onderweg. Dank jullie wel.
Dank je wel.
Max.
We're ready with Laura.
Hi. Yeah, I'll jump on.
Do you want me to hold your phone? Congratulations, man. Hey, well done.
I'm very smelly. I'm sure. Oh, sure. I'll take a beer.
Hey, Laura. A little drink. I'm sure that you need that. Cold drink. How does that feel to have a cold drink in your hand?
Amazing. No, it's really good to be here in Genoa. I mean, every day was a battle. Like, we were so close racing, and that made this race amazing. It was super hard with the light weather, but to sail in here, first of the whole group where we were sailing with, of course, Wind Whisper was way ahead of us. Congrats to them, of course, but this feels like a win. Like, it's amazing, and yeah, the battle was great. It was intense, super intense, but super.
Yeah, super intense. 12 days. Did you expect for it to be that long?
Not that long. We had food for a little last day, so it was trying to get through, but no, we managed. Not easy, but it was not super rough, so yeah, it was good. Yeah. We had a good time and a super good spirit on board, so yeah, amazing effort from the team. It was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, young team, lots of energy, fantastic. Yeah. Congratulations on this win. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
And what would be your message in Dutch for your viewers back home?
Hallo allemaal, we zijn aangekomen hier in Italië. Super cool dat we hier met dit jonge team als tweede over de finish kunnen komen. Mega trots, 4 jaar investment met veel van deze ploeg. En ja, dit is een kroon op onze investering van de afgelopen jaren. En the future is bright. Thanks.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Team Guyot on the dock here in the Ocean Live Park, and the crew very happy to be stepping off their boat into the arms of their friends and family, and also having some fresh food and cold drinks with them after what has been a very grueling leg. Meanwhile, out in the water, Team Holcim-PRB to the south of Genova, just through the rigging of some of the old ships that we see here in the Ocean Live Park, making their way to this finish line. At the moment, the battle for second place in the IMOCA fleet between Team Holcim-PRB and Biotherm. They're well out of view on the right-hand side of our screen, but both of these boats are pretty much the same distance away. It's about 5.2 miles to the finish. But Dee, I would say that Biotherm has an advantage here in terms of angle to the breeze.
I agree. I think Holcim-PRB has to, at some point, either sail beyond and jibe or bear away, and that is going to be a slow angle to sail into the finish line. Whereas Biotherm are much closer to the wind, so are creating a little more apparent, so will keep the boat speed. But it is so close. Biotherm were a lot further ahead not that long ago, and this is literally to the line now.
The only thing here, the only thing differentiating these two teams is nothing to do with distance. It's just to do with angle coming in. And this is Biotherm, and they are trying to fly their A2 Spinnaker, but It's so light there, and perhaps they're a little bit tight to the wind here. You can see how much they are worried about losing any potential distance, because they are desperately trying to keep this boat moving forward, and the view from the helicopter there makes the breeze look very patchy.
Really patchy, but we can see the stripes on the sea there, which is what they're trying to do. Pick those darker patches and put them together to find a way towards that finish line. That's how they're going to stay in the maximum pressure. But we can see there isn't a lot out there. But if we look back to the start of leg 2, out of the Cape Verdes, it was super light, it was downwind, and Biotherm were very good in those conditions. So I think they're really going to be relying on pulling this all together for these final 5 miles they've got to go.
It's going to come down to the last few little moments here into that finish line between Biotherm and Team Holcim-PRB. There's going to be quite a bit more at stake than simply the points available. This is that final chance, that final offshore push. And for Biotherm, they were looking, well, maybe 24 hours ago, like they might be able to grab a leg win. It would have been their first leg win of this edition of the Ocean Race. Now they are trying to go for second place. And in terms of what we've seen before, they've had 1 second place already. That was in leg 2. But for now, they're desperately be wanting for another one. It's not a certainty. The luff of that spinnaker, very tentatively, just holding onto the breeze, just flicking around as that wind and the boat speed just moved that angle to the breeze. You see a big bear away here. I mean, they are working this boat quite hard here, Dee. They're adjusting everything.
Yeah, they're going to work hard all the way to the finish. They can see, they know exactly where Holcim-PRB is. They know what conditions they've got, what speed they're doing. So they're going to be analysing that the whole time to try and keep getting their advantage. But I think a lot of people really want the success to go to Biotherm. They've been through quite a lot throughout the whole race, and it would be really nice to see this all come together on this final leg into the finish.
Biotherm approaching the finish line in Genova, flying their spinnaker, trying to strip the maximum amount of energy out of the breeze, but it is dying here on the Italian coast, and the wind angle is not the most helpful. For the moment, Paul Meyer and the crew on Biotherm have the advantage in terms of their approach line into this finish over Team Holcim-PRB further offshore. And Paul Meyer is closer to the line, 4.5 miles to go for this team, and a little over 5 for Team Holcim-PRB. But that's 5 in a straight line, D. And Team Holcim-PRB, in terms of their position, they look set to be doing some extra manoeuvres, some extra turns to bring them into this coastline, into Genova. Biotherm might be able to lay that finish without losing too much speed. So, some confidence there for Biotherm. Team Holcim-PRB, though, it's a good crew. They know what they're doing, and they are going to be looking for any little opportunity that we can have. Paul Meyer there at the back of the boat, and I think he's waving the helicopter away. That's how worried he is in terms of wind.
Yeah, he literally, it's a massive panic when you're in light airs and you see the helicopter coming towards you. Although we want to see them and we want to see their faces and all the stress they're going through, the slightest downdraft from the helicopter will affect the set of their spinnaker that they're clearly working really hard to keep going. And one thing that we know that Holcim-PRB will not be afraid of is sailing quite severe angles to keep the boat speed. They'll be quite happy to go fast and not necessarily in the right direction, thinking that their boat speed will overcome this. And the secret that Biotherm's got to hang on to is not to get too low and slow. They really need to keep pace so they can make it to that finish.
At the moment they've come up, I mean, you can see the Ocean Life Park on the left-hand side, that big white structure in the city. That's where a lot of the action is here in the venue. The finish line is just a little way off to the right of that. You kind of lose it slightly in the haze, but Biotherm is not at the moment pointing to the finish line. They're doing exactly what you say, Dee. They are coming up tighter to the breeze, generating a little bit of power. Marie Rieu, the French Olympic sailor and previous winner of the ocean race with Dongfeng race team, on what I would say is probably the spinnaker sheet, Paul just in front, helming the boat. Certainly by hand there, I can see his hand on the tiller extension. When it comes light, the autopilot gets parked. It's now down to those skills that you've learned as a youth sailor for years, picking your way through the light winds of little estuaries and little reservoirs in your dinghies. Now it's all about that and keeping your cool. This is going to be about patience.
Patience and focus, and Marie Rieu is going to be a really good combination with Paul there, keeping that drive of that spinnaker. She'll be saying every time she feels the pressure, so that basically she ends up driving the boat through the spinnaker, and Paul is literally just responding to her calls, trying to move that rudder as little as possible, because every time you move that rudder it's like putting a brake on, and that's the last thing they want to do. So it's little delicate touches, constant communication, and he's concentrating while Alan Roberts is trying to direct him towards the finish line, and Mariana's there trying to just sort any issues out so that she's ready for everything. So it really is a team effort to get into that finish line for them.
Biotherm on their way to the finish line, Team Holcim-PRB as well. The battle between these two boats we will keep an eye on, but for the moment we are stepping ashore as Team Guyot. Skipper Hjalmar van Beek is pasta and pesto freshly cooked in the Ocean Life Park in his hand, and he's ready to step his way onto the stage for the award ceremony for this team. Second place on this final stage of the Ocean Race Vo65 Sprint. All of the crew there getting ready to step up on stage.
A premiare il team Guyot, voglio chiamare qui sul palco, l'applauso è grande per lei, ci ha aiutato a organizzare alla grande un super evento, l'assessore allo sport e turismo nel comune di Genova, Alessandra Bianchi, buongiorno, applauso per lei. Alessandra will now present the trophy to the Team Guyot, runners up, leg 3 in Genova. A presentare il trofeo per il secondo posto della squalificata finale Genova. As they take the photo, come on, let's make some noise for them, give them a round of applause. Come on. And here comes the champagne moment, so let's celebrate with them. Here we go. Questa volta di champagne, non più acqua di mare, c'è il premio del secondo posto. È un palco completo questo della gran finale di Genova della Ocean Race, in questo caso della Sprint Cup. Congratulations, Guyot, well done, well done. What a great race.
Con un applauso grande da parte di Genoa al team Guyot.
Team Guyot, second place for league number 3, but also second place overall in the Vo65 Sprint. And remember, we've got that presentation as well, the prize giving ceremony, public prize giving ceremony on Saturday as well, just before 6 o'clock, where we'll have all our winners from the teams joining us here on the stage as well. So put that in your calendars. L'ultima della specchiata arriverà anche al secondo posto in classifica generale. L'appuntamento per tutti per la premiazione della classifica generale è per sabato pomeriggio. Non perdete i segni, come il vostro siamo qui e vi aspettiamo. With the arrival of Paul Herrmann, we've already had Malizia across the finish line in first place on their first win of the race so far. So that team is going to be extremely happy, and they're going to be joining us down on the docks very, very soon. So after we finish here, please come back down and join us to welcome
Team Guyot, the team celebrating now safely on the dock. They've been on the stage, they've had the champagne moment, and we are waiting to see the rest of the teams, and what an incredible journey it's been. First up, Team Holcim-PRB. It's a late addition to the Ocean Race roster. Team Holcim-PRB was assembled by skipper Kevin Escoffier to combine a mix of experience in the likes of Abby Ehler and Sam Goodchild, alongside the up-and-coming talent of Tom Lepage and Susan Berker. In the early stages of the race, it seemed like the team had hit on a winning formula as they took first place in both the first leg into Cabo Verde and the second into Cape Town. With a pre-race favourites, 11th Hour Racing Team experiencing a patchy start, Team Holcim-PRB established themselves as the team to beat. The third leg from Cape Town to Itajaí was the longest in the 50 years of the Ocean Race, and Team Holcim-PRB once again took an early lead and picked up maximum points at the midway scoring gate. But the chasing pack closed the gap. Boris Herrmann's team Malizia took the lead as the teams approached Brazil, and the Swiss flag team had to settle for second place but maintained their lead on the overall standings. In the fourth leg, disaster struck as the team were dismasted in the treacherous conditions off the coast of Brazil, forcing them to make their way to the nearest port at Rio de Janeiro. With no option but to abandon the leg, rivals 11th Hour Racing Team picked up their first win of the race and dealt a significant blow to Team Holcim-PRB's ambitions for the title. In the crucial leg 5, where double points were awarded, Team Holcim-PRB returned to the race and managed to take second place. However, with 11th Hour Racing Team winning the leg, they also took the top spot for the first time, leaving Kevin Escoffier's team in second. There was a change of skipper for leg 6, Kevin Escoffier making way for Benjamin Schwartz with the aim to turn around the team's fortune and keep Team Holcim-PRB in with a chance of overall victory. The race proved to be a three-way dogfight between their closest rivals of 11th Hour Racing Team and Team Malizia, but ultimately the Americans beat them to the line by just 15 minutes, leaving them 2 points clear at the top of the table. Biotherm out on the water at the moment, pushing their way down. They will be keeping a very close eye on Team Holcim-PRB out towards the right-hand side of the picture, but a good 5 nautical miles off the finish line at the moment. For Paul Mayer, right now, the breeze is in his sails, using the spinnaker to try and keep the boat sailing fast, but sailing downwind too towards the finish line. D for the breeze right now. I think for Paul Mayer and the rest of the team, they'll be very happy that spinnaker is still flying.
Still flying, and more importantly, they're still moving towards that finish line, the ever elusive finish line. They just must feel like it's getting further away from them rather than closer at this stage of the race.
There's still breeze out there on the racetrack. There is still enough power to keep this Amoca moving. We saw Team Malizia earlier really slowing down just before that finish line, and then indeed just when they sailed through that finish line. But for Biotherm, they are going to need to keep up this performance, a performance which we have already seen means an awful lot to this crew for their round-the-world journey. Skippered by Ocean Race debutant Paul Mayer, Biotherm's new boat was crewed by a freshly assembled team. The import race in Alicante was the first time they'd all sailed together, making them something of an unknown entity coming into the race. When they got going from Alicante and made their way to the first destination of Cabo Verde, Biotherm's lack of experience as a team seemed to show as they found themselves lagging more than 200 miles behind the leading boat. They eventually crossed the line in fourth, 21 hours behind first place team Holcim-PRB. But they shook off any issues from leg one as they made their way to Cape Town, taking an early lead before falling victim to the doldrums and once again found themselves over 200 miles off the lead. Then, in one of the most extraordinary turnarounds of the race, a change in the weather saw them not only cut that deficit, but even take the lead with 50 miles to go. Eventually, they were just edged out by Team Holcim-PRB, but finished just 15 minutes behind them. A fantastic result in the circumstances. The third leg saw the team face the brutal journey from Cape Town to Itajaí, spending more than 30 days at sea. The Southern Ocean took its toll on Biotherm's boat as they were riddled with issues, most notably defunct weather instruments and a damaged port foil. They crawled to a fourth place finish more than 3 days behind leg winners Team Malizia, with Paul Mayer relieved to have arrived in one piece. In leg 4 to Newport, Biotherm made a strong start, keeping up with the leaders until they were trapped in a squall and lost over 200 miles on Team Malizia, an 11th hour racing team who charged on into Newport, with Biotherm finishing in the following 24 hours. The fifth leg was a dismal one for Biotherm, who experienced a series of technical problems, including a damaged shroud. A crucial piece of equipment needed to keep the mast in place. The race committee made the decision to cut their leg short and the team headed to Norway in order to make repairs before making their way back to Denmark. In the shortest leg of the race, from Aarhus to The Hague, Biotherm made a strong start. When they passed by Kiel, they were in third position, just a few miles behind leaders 11th hour racing team. They were eventually overtaken by Team Malizia and ended the race in fourth place, with Paul Mayer disappointed to arrive 40 minutes after the leading group. And now we are into the final leg, the final push. And this is the shoreline that is going to be welcoming in Biotherm, or perhaps Team Holcim-PRB, the next of our Amokas. We've already had Team Malizia crossing the line in first place, winning leg 7 of the ocean race. Team Guyot taking second place in the ocean race Vo65 Sprint. Out on the water, the conditions have been changing. They've been coming up, they've been going down. We've been blessed by some good breeze that has brought our boats close to the finish line. But now it seems to be just ebbing away slightly. Question will be, who is going to be our next Imoca and our next Vo65 to come across the finish line? Team Malizia have taken line honours here on this final leg and have been celebrating in their own unique style. This was the scenes for Team Malizia after they came through the finish line. All of the crew, including the onboard reporter, taking the moment to jump overboard and into the waters of this Italian city. The boat in the hands of, I think that was Holly on the boat there, Dee. That's the team manager and the rest of the crew alongside. It's quite a tradition, isn't it, when you see sailing races, come to an end, for the crew to take a little bit of a dip in the water, that final chance to kind of make a big splash on that final finish line.
It is, and it's not something you want to do any of the other time that you're racing. No. But how lovely for them to just leap off the boat. It's now no longer their responsibility right now. They've done all they can, and the shore team take on the role of being responsible for the boat. the boat's actually under tow, so there's low stress, the sails are down, and the boat will be brought into the dock. And I'm sure the sailors will be given a clean T-shirt so they can look respectable for their on-stage performance when they get awarded their champagne to spray.
And it's not something that you can do very easily on an Amoca on a Vo65. It's wash yourself, and the salt water that you're going to swim in. I mean, it's all sort of lovely and refreshing when you're in the water, but then when you get back on board the boat, it's pretty important to wash off, and the water maker is certainly going to be working in quite a strained way. But that's their celebrations. They're able to do it now because they're across the finish line. The question is, who will be next? And right now, the boat speeds across the board have all dipped down. For Biotherm, just for a second there, it was above 4 knots. Now it's coming back down below 4. Team Holcim-PRB, they have done this turn here, Dee. That we have seen them now jibing in. Further out to shore, though, the speeds are a little bit better. The light winds certainly hugging the coast here into Genova. Mir-Puri Trifort Racing Team, they are losing out to Austrian Ocean Racing powered by Team Genova, who have sailed all the way here along the coast, and now it's this final battle. There's 3 boats in this moment, but for Viva Mexico, they're in the Vo65 class and pushing pretty well. So, D, the jibe, Team Holcim-PRB, they knew they were going to have to do it at one point. They've picked their moment.
Well, they have, but I don't think it's over. I think we've got further to go. We've got more manoeuvres, it's light winds. This finish line just seems to be staying the same distance away. You know, you will have come in at 6 knots going, oh, it's an hour to the finish. And then they're doing 5 knots and it's still an hour to the finish. And then they're doing 3 knots and it's still an hour to the finish. And the finish just never seems to get any closer because your boat speed adjusts as you get closer. But we've got more manoeuvres to go and more manoeuvres for both boats. So this battle is by no means over, and it is still a little bit too tight to call confidently.
And look at the track of Biotherm and Team Holcim-PRB. There's nothing straight about anything that we've seen in the last hour, 2 hours. All those little adjustments to the breeze. And now for Biotherm, they've been dragged away from that rum line to the finish. Possibly the wind going back right, but I think just as it goes soft, they're being cautious about letting the boat slow.
As soon as they allow the boat speed to get too low, they lose steerage and then they lose control and then they can't do anything about it. So this is all about keeping enough speed to position themselves to where they do want to be. If that's a manoeuvre or if that's to sail to another patch of wind, it's all about having some boat speed so you can do something. If you lose that boat speed, you are literally dead in the water.
And I would have said, oh, well, I mean, we did say that the advantage was with Biotherm beforehand. I'd say that picture is changing a little bit now. Their boat speed a moment ago dropping into the 2s. Now it's coming up to a little bit more, but Team Holcim-PRB seem a little bit more consistent in their speed. It's been steady above 4, now 5, and we've even seen a little bit higher than that in the last few moments. Team Holcim-PRB will also have the advantage of seeing Biotherm through binoculars on the AIS, and they are going to be able to make a decision about whether they want to head into the same patch of water or break away.
That's right, and actually for the Volvo 65 fleet, you've got Australia, the Austrian team powered by Genova, and you've got Viva Mexico also using the information from Biotherm and Holcim-PRB to help them as they track towards the finish line. And I think we've got this battle here with Holcim-PRB and Biotherm in the IMOCA fleet, and we're going to have a similar battle with Mir-Puri Trifort Racing and Austrian team powered by Genova.
It's interesting to see the difference in the track for Viva Mexico and Team Holcim-PRB. I know that they are 2 different boats, but it sort of shows how the Amocas have a weak spot. When that breeze gets a little bit light, these boats really struggle.
They do, and there's less, I mean, you're carrying the same kind of kit and you move the stack, so they'll all have all their internal stack forwards to keep the stern of the boat lifted out the water. The same on the Volvo 65s. They'll put their sails forwards, they'll be on deck so that they've got all the weight forwards. But there's very little else you can do, and the boats are wide and they've got these foils out to the side, whereas the Volvo 65s has a few more options that they can play with and use that to their advantage. But you just got to keep the boat rumbling, and Holcim-PRB seem to be better at keeping this boat speed going. So now it's all a case of, can Biotherm trajectory towards the line be better?
There's a smile for Paul Mayer. There is a smile on his
smile
face.
Or a grimace smile?
Well, do you know what? I was just about to say, I might not be right here. But he's happy, I think, that they are moving at least. We saw that boat speed dip.
Border léger.
Aborder. Encore. Ok.
Ouais. Choque pas trop, Marie.
À reborder, désolé.
Ok.
Now, Dee, how is your French? Mine is poor, but I'm fairly confident we've got. You know, you can hear how much he's not only just using Marie Rieu on the spinnaker trim, but also got Mariana Labateau forward as well. Maybe calling in a little bit of breeze as well.
Yeah, really important calls of the pressure there. Really then adjusting the trim. Marie's on the trim so Paul can drive as straight as possible. As he said, we're going to bear away, but it's super light. And so she's just calling for any patch that she can see just to keep them moving, keep them rumbling. And we said, is it a smile or a grimace? In fairness, the whole way around the world, Paul has been smiling. This has been one of the happiest boats we've had from all the on-board feeds that we've seen back. They genuinely have been, he's been surrounding himself with a team he really likes, really respects, and they've had a lot of fun sailing. They've always been happy.
I mean, I'm remembering Sam Davies when she was on board the boat saying that she was having trouble sleeping because when she was down below, the laughter from the cockpit was so ferocious that it kept waking her up. And you know, that's quite something, I think, when you're down there in the Southern Ocean and you're getting battered by all the conditions, to still be sort of laughing so much that your belly is aching. We've got a lot of the crew up looking out. Down below will be Alan Roberts, providing the power for Marie's spinnaker winch. It's looking very light right now. Their track for Biotherm is now a long way off the finish line. They have had to turn hard up from the finish line. But of course, for Biotherm, they're not the only boat out in the water enjoying the conditions today. This is the Legends Regatta. We have amassed a lot of history in the 50 years that the ocean race has been going. And these are some of the boats that have been coming into Genova who have done the race before in various different ways, in various different editions. And you can see that in the designs and the requirements from those different boats as the courses have evolved and the technology has changed over the years. And they are out on the water sailing their own race, everybody on the same start line. And a lot of big names in the races past out there enjoying themselves. From the Vo70s, we've got Ericsson 1, Terrafonica Blue. Then became Sanya, New Zealand Endeavour as well. And they're struggling with the light winds as well. But, you know, I'd almost say, Dee, that, you know, looking at the older boats, I'd say that as we have gone through the iterations, the boats have got more and more specialised for heavy air downwind. That seems to be where, you know, looking at the way these designs have changed, the sails have changed, people have become, well, maybe shall we say a little bit less well-rounded. Certainly the IMOCA has a sweet spot.
I think that's right. I think the focus has been in what's the predominant prevailing wind that we're going to see as we race around the world. And actually, when they take the average of around the world, it's something that is really surprising. It's something like 18 knots. Which is quite manageable, but actually it's just those blips of the extreme bits. So as our fleet came out of the Southern Ocean in leg 3, the most wind they saw was above 50 knots, and that was just after the Straits and Cape Horn. That was in that section going up to Itajaí. Again, when they came across the Atlantic, they had a big blast of some strong winds in those conditions, and otherwise they didn't really see too much of that extreme weather. So you're trying to always build your boat and design your boat for the average conditions that can manage the big stuff. And we don't spend that long in these super light conditions that we're seeing here off Genova. But it's lovely to see all the iterations and that evolving history of the race with the different boat designs and development, sail plans. But as you can see, when it's light winds, every boat struggles to get round a race course.
There's nothing worse when you're sailing in a handicap race as well, and you've got bigger boats. You're all on the same start line, and you know there's going to be some compensation in the timings when the calculations are applied. But those big boats start creeping away, stealing the breeze, and you're sort of left there waiting to get yourself underway. It's a good chance, though, to see just how much has changed, as you were saying, but also just to see that shoreline of Genova and how nice everything's looking there. That's New Zealand Endeavour, the white hull. Two-masted, the mizzen at the back, and just below there, one of the Vo70s, I'm not too sure which one. Bigger sail plan for New Zealand Endeavour with the white hull, the race winner from 93, 94.
It's just incredible looking at those hull shapes and that hull design, the changes in the way we want to manage the waves. So New Zealand Team Endeavour there's got a real wave-piercing bow, which is kind of good in the upwind, but downwind that would have been slicing into the big walls of water that you go careering down and heading into, and quite a wide stern there. So it would have been quite something to handle that. And I think I remember seeing video of back then where there's two people fighting the helm just to keep the boat moving.
There's a point, isn't there, where you can draw the line, but when the boats are going faster than the waves, when they started to develop that point where now I'm surfing into the wave in front rather than just the waves are going faster than me, and people started to concentrate more on the bow than they did on the stern. But the Legends race underway here in Genova as our historic boats, putting on a little bit of a show of everybody, for everyone in the Ocean Life Park and on the shoreline here in Genova. But meanwhile, in the IMOCAs, making their way down, and the speed is with Team Holcim-PRB. You called it accurately before. You said that for Team Holcim-PRB, they're not going to be afraid to sail those big angles, get the speed. If they're going to do anything, it's going to be with boat speed.
Yeah, and they're quite fearless. They've been quite fearless as a team throughout the whole race. And actually they know they've got speed, so they just need to play to that. And I think that they're like, okay, we'll cover more distance, but if we can do it faster than them, we'll take it. And Biotherm there, you can see their boat speed dropping because they're trying to soak and make it work. It's so hard to say where that advantage is going to stay.
I'm thinking Johan Risham, who was on board now with Team Holcim-PRB and obviously had a lot of responsibility with the navigation. I'm thinking back to the Ocean Race Europe when he was skipper of Mir-Puri Racing for the Planet, and they stayed offshore to go from third to first in the final stages of those Vo65s coming in here to Genova. And it was a move that he pulled off at night. The weather was different, but interestingly, watching that approach, I did wonder whether Johan Risham would be tempted to try and do the same. He's going to have to do something pretty strong here, because as that camera pans around on the tracker, you can see how well Biotherm is looking in terms of distance. This is the image, though, for Biotherm. They may be closer to the finish line, but they need more breeze. Their boat speed now dipping close to 2 knots. And at that point, Dee, you were saying steerage goes, momentum goes, apparent wind goes, everything starts to unravel.
Yeah, and as soon as you let it drop, you can't come back from that. You have to work really hard to come back from it. The secret is to try and keep it trickling along. And they will have been having this conversation on board of, are we right to go low and slow, or should we be, kind of keeping the boat speed up and just accepting there's more manoeuvres and more distance to sail. But you can't follow the other boat. They've got to try their own thing. They came from 2 different angles into this finish line, so they've got to try and make each side work.
Thank heavens that it is flat water out there if you're a Biotherm fan, because any wake from the spectator boats, I know that people, they're out there enjoying these boats. They will know, hopefully, to keep their wash down. Because any little bump on that water, the rig starts swinging around left and right, and then suddenly, it doesn't matter what you're doing on the trim, the rig swings through the wind, and suddenly you're going to lose that spinnaker. I'm amazed they managed to get that spinnaker inflated again, pulling again. that shows the coordination on board, and they are really, really going to have to work hard here. To the finish line, Biotherm has just under 3 nautical miles left to run. Team Holcim-PRB about 3.5, but Team Holcim-PRB are about to come down and jibe on top of Biotherm. Team Holcim-PRB are going to have a little chance to sort of set up for an attack. So Biotherm right now, the next 5 minutes are going to be crucial for this team. They need to keep some momentum with them. They're up at about 3 knots right now. We've seen it dip dangerously low. And look how tight they're having to pull in that spinnaker. It's pressed against the outrigger.
Yeah, always dangerous to have it where it could collapse and inflate and have something hard poking at it. So you really need to be careful of that. But how lovely the spectators are respecting the wake of their boats, and they're not razzing around in their ribs or shouting and disturbing the air and distracting the sailors. They're allowing them to concentrate and being really respectful.
There we can see Alan Roberts down below on the winch handles. Those eases that you hear are from Marie Rioux, previous race winner with Dongfeng race team, Olympian as well, now on the kite trim. And every time that you are Alan Roberts, you are down there and you hear that groan as the load on the winch is eased by the kite trimmer, you go, all right, in a second, they're going to call me to wind it back in again. But that's the game, isn't it? It's going to be in, out for a long while yet.
Constantly, but you can take it as a positive that if you're winding, it's because the boat's accelerating and you want to trim on. So in these conditions, where as frustrating as it is, you'll see that as a good thing.
Mariana Labateau on the bow, calling in the breeze, trying to give the trimming team split-second warning so that they can stay just a little bit ahead, get everything ready, whether it's an ease, whether it's a trim on, keep this kite flying for one and pulling if they can. Starting to look very glassy on the water here for Biotherm. Still moving here, but just dangerously dipping below 3 knots. 2.7 miles to go for the French boat to the finish. Team Holcim-PRB now crossing a line to windward, but a long way off between the two boats, between the French and the Swiss. For Biotherm, at the moment, closest to the finish line, they have got 2 miles to the advantage of Team Holcim-PRB. That could evaporate pretty quickly, though. This team working very hard to keep what little advantage that they have. There you can see it on the virtual eye. And their boat speed starting to increase now. 4 knots, 4.5. Team Holcim-PRB going equally quick here. Indeed, Team Holcim-PRB are going to have to pick their next jibe, a jibe that we know is coming up. They're going to have to pick that pretty carefully here, because they do have an opportunity to, if not affect the breeze of Biotherm, at least be quite a nuisance.
Yeah, it's now turning into a bit of a match race with the two boats so close together and being so focused in these light airs. But every manoeuvre now is really difficult with that main sail to get those battens through to the other side. And that disruption throughout that process of the manoeuvre costs you a lot. So any manoeuvre is costly. And so, you know, now we can say that Biotherm, by just hanging in there and just keeping the boat moving, are benefiting from not doing any manoeuvres.
It's going to be such a drop in speed. It's going to strip away all your momentum when you need to go for this turn.
So they're already
those battens
discussing
at the top of that main. Those battens at the top of the main. Sorry, they look awfully straight, don't they?
Yeah, and it's hard because they've preset the tension. So as the conditions change, they don't go up and change the battens. They've kind of preset for the average for the leg. And in some conditions, they're going to look a little tight compared to if it was a bit more breeze. But they're already talking about protecting. You know, they've got to try and position themselves between Holcim-PRB and the finish line and protecting that, and whether they do a manoeuvre or sell their own race.
For Biotherm at the moment, there is an equal amount of distance between them and the finish, and them and Team Holcim-PRB. So that's an important milestone for this crew here, who can start to feel, with every boat length that they manage to crawl their way forward, they are getting closer to the finish line than Team Holcim-PRB is to them. Not a lot of breeze behind Biotherm at the moment. This is the battle for second place between Biotherm and Team Holcim-PRB. At the moment, Biotherm in second, Team Holcim-PRB behind. Already completed on the water here, already taking the win in this final leg of the ocean race. Team Malizia crossing the finish line earlier today, and now Boris Herrmann and that team are coming into the pontoons. Good to see that the crew have dried themselves out and they've put on some fresh clothes and they're back on the deck.
It's nice to see them back on board. Yeah, I'm glad they managed to pop them back on board.
Those fenders that you see for the foils, you know, the amount of load that these foils take in terms of lifting, you know, 7, 8, 9 tons of pressure. But it's amazing how, at the same time, they're incredibly fragile and susceptible to scratches and little cracks. So you bring them into the pontoon, wrap it up like a newborn baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's any carbon fibre, really, really strong in the load it was designed to take. But if you get load from another angle that it's not designed for, it can easily be damaged. And as we say, this boat's still got a lot of sailing. Yes, it's been around the world, but there's still a lot more sailing for it to do. So they still want to be looking after it.
Rib alongside, I believe, on Team Malizia, just helping them get their way into the dock here in Genova. This is the second of our Amoccas to come into the Ocean Live. The first of our Amoccas. I was going to say the second of our boats to come into the Ocean Live part. The first one today, Team Guyot, the Vo65. Now it's Team Malizia. Boris Herrmann on the bow. He's just jumped in the water, and already his hair looks fantastic.
Well, he's living the dream, you know, fresh water, salt scrubs, you know, this spa treatment they've just had as they've sailed into the Med.
And I've seen a lot of this team doing their stretches on the deck, kind of working their back as would any athlete, and the sailors in the ocean race on the other teams and the other Amoccas. But this boat is a little bit more comfortable. That was one of the priorities for Boris.
I would love to have a look at the sailors, like the ergonomics of all the sailors, how they finish each leg, you know, the back. If we were to send them all to the same physio and do an analysis, like those boats where Holcim-PRB, for example, where you can't actually stand fully upright if you're of any height. I know Kevin's, as he designed the boat, is quite small, and some of the smaller sailors are happy, but even Abby Ayler couldn't stand upright down below in the cabin. Whereas Team Malizia, they've been stood up, they've been dancing, they have been fully upright, so they're back in a straight line. And so many of the other boats, you see them all curved or scrunched down, don't have that ability to stand up. So I'd love to do the ergonomic analysis of the sailors as they finish each of these legs from each boat.
And it's been getting more and more about performance. You know, the ergonomics have really taken a back seat, you know, the comfort of the sailors. And it's just nice. It's nice for everybody, I think, that one team has gone, no, actually, it's not as detrimental as you think it might be to make a boat that you can stand up in. You can perhaps get a slightly better night's sleep. I mean, there's no easy ride on an Amocca. There's no place that you can go, well, I'm comfortable here and I can forget, you know, my troubles. It's still cold. It's still wet. It's still bone-shatteringly loud as it crashes off all the waves, and still, you know, dare I say it, it's still incredibly scary as well. But those miles, that journey, that adventure is now complete. They have got only a metre to go, and then they will have completed the offshore section of the ocean race. We have got the import race in a couple of days' time, but for Team Malizia, and I think for all of the teams, the marathon, that drama that follows you around when you are offshore, and all the miles that feel so daunting when you are back at the beginning in Alicante with that first start line, all of that now comes to an end. They've crossed the finish line, and now they are docking in here at the Ocean Live Park.
I knew, yeah, I knew you were lying.
Is one of these gluten-free? Is one of them gluten-free? Yeah?
Yes, okay. There is also the gluten-free.
Yeah?
Ça vient et toi? Trop cool, bah ouais, c'est trop bien. Ça va Hélène? Ça le marin?
Enjoy every minute. This is the Deputy Mayor of Genoa for the sport.
Wow, Rosie, Will, amazing. I mean, what a surprise. How are you guys feeling?
It's incredible to finish here in Genoa in the first place. We can't believe it, can we?
I still can't believe it. Like, there's no words. It was just, amazing leg, amazing way to finish this crazy race, I think.
Yeah, and we realized we still a lap around the world, and 105 days at sea, 6 months of pushing ourselves like day in, day out, and to finish like this is incredible and so special.
Yeah, always coming down to the line like that, and last night when we saw the opportunity to kind of catch up, we just went for it, and that was it, I think,
Great job from Nico. And how is it returning back to land and out of your bubble with this incredible welcome?
Yeah.
A bit double.
It's bittersweet, isn't it?
Bittersweet. We said it yesterday with the crew. We had a little moment and a drink, and we said, like, guys, that's been a crazy adventure, and it's good to go back to normal life, but we will miss each other, and we will miss to be out at sea every day and see all the sunrises and sunsets, and we had such a good time, huh?
Yeah. So many memories from this race, I think. We're going to always be bonded by this for the rest of our life, and 2 years ago, Rosie and I finished the Ocean Race Europe here, and now we're back here, having done a lap of the planet together, so to see the development and see how amazing Rosie's done.
Congratulations, guys. Welcome to Genova. Rosie, little message in Dutch for the viewers back home. What do you want to tell them today?
In Dutch or English? Ongelooflijk om hier in Genoa aangekomen te zijn. We hebben een lap rond de wereld gefinished. We hebben meer dan 105 dagen op zee gezeten met een geweldige crew. Om dan hier de winst te pakken, nog de laatste lek, is heel erg bijzonder. Ik ben blij om weer aan land te zijn, om naar het normale leven terug te gaan, maar ik ga het ook missen. Ik ga deze fantastische teambubbel verlaten. En het is echt een waanzinnig avontuur geweest waar ik nog elke dag van geniet en heel lang van zal nagenieten.
Thank you, Vestas. Congratulations. Welcome.
Thanks.
Hi. Thank you. The mayor of Genoa.
Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Boris. Boris, we want to hear from you, Boris.
Come on, go. Even gas geven. Ja, dat dacht ik.
Congratulations. Well, what an amazing finish today. I mean, Team Malizia was the only boat that has finished every single leg. How does that feel?
Is that true? I thought Biotherm also.
No, remember they had a little stop in Norway on the last.
They shortened the leg for them, no? I thought. But they still officially got the point for last.
Yeah, but still, come on, you know.
No, very happy, and we have the most sailors that did the whole race. The only female that did the entire lap around the planet, Rosie. And yeah, very proud of the team. That's just such an amazing team. It's a privilege to work with them.
Yeah, you built an incredible family. What a welcome here in Genova. What a great performance from Nico going up the coast there. What a great decision.
Yeah, Nico is such a great navigator, and was fantastic to have him back for the last leg. And this night he showed his fine judgments. We found a really fine line, a little bit further left and further right, sometimes only 100 meters. There was no good wind quite often, and luckily we had the Vo65s as indicators. We could see when they slow down or accelerate or have a wind shift, so that helped a lot to find a good lane.
A great match out on the water. Congratulations. Welcome to Genova, the grand finale of this ocean race. A little word in German for viewers back at home. What do you want to tell them about how you feel today?
Ja, hallo alle in Deutschland. Danke fürs Verfolgen der Regatta. Und ja, das war jetzt das Ende. Wir haben noch ein Importrennen, aber das Endresultat steht fest. Wir sind sehr stolz, glücklich. Ein großes Abenteuer, 6 Monate um die Welt zu segeln.
Great. Congratulations. Enjoy your win today.
Dankeschön.
Team Malizia on the dock. Boris Herrmann, very proud of his performance, his crew, his team as well. Now, on the water, we are still yet to see who is going to be the next of our IMOCAs to come across the line. In between Biotherm and Team Holcim-PRB is Viva Mexico with the green trail. They look set to be the third Vo65. They have a commanding distance between them and Austrian Ocean Racing, powered by Team Genova, 13 miles. Mir-Puri Trifoot Racing Team, 19-20 miles. So for Viva Mexico, this is good. This is a good performance. But second place in the IMOCAs, in the ocean race, that is not too clear. And D, the breeze has been going up. It's been going down. This is the first time that I'm seeing Biotherm faster than Team Holcim-PRB.
Yeah, and actually this is starting to pay off them now doing that low, slow approach. We're not going to do any manoeuvres. We're just going to hang in there. Coming in from that coastal direction, they didn't want to be sucked into the big angles and the multiple manoeuvres. And it is starting now to pay off. Even if boat speeds are matched, they're still that. They've positioned themselves between Holcim-PRB and the finish line. So they need to do some work if they want to change that now.
There is a danger. There is always a risk of saying, well, that's it. You know, Biotherm is so close to the finish line now compared to Team Holcim-PRB. We're talking about Biotherm 1.6 nautical miles to the finish. Team Holcim-PRB 3.2 miles to the finish. And there's a good almost 2 nautical miles between the two boats. But the breeze, it has glassed out on the water at the moment for the French boat, and they have decided to change sails as well.
Yeah, big call. The spinnaker is a large surface area, quite a lot to control, and as it goes light, it's quite hard to keep it filling. Once it collapses, you're almost better off getting rid of it and going to the code 0 that has some structure in it and will stay hanging and hopefully will pull you along, which is exactly what Biotherm have done there. That will have been, you know, a big distraction, lots of crew work, and will have affected their boat speed. So hopefully now Paul can just focus on keeping the boat rumbling with this sail, and we can get the boat going again and build the speed towards the finish line.
It's not going to be as good a sail to take them down, and down is where they need to go to get to the finish line. They can do that relatively easily with an extra turn, but of course that turn means more distance. There's always a risk with another maneuver, but for Biotherm, they can look at the finish line to leeward and they can see it's not getting closer very quickly, but they can also look to windward and they can see the team Holcim-PRB is struggling right now to make it down to the finish line too.
Yeah, and they, they've got half an eye on each. They are definitely in a match race now with the with Holcim-PRB, but also, not losing focus of where they're trying to get to. But there's bands of pressure on the water, and what they're just hoping is that Holcim-PRB doesn't get that magic band that takes them at a nice angle and closes that gauge that they've gained between the boats.
I just saw from the onboard reporter looking around the other side of the mast.
Il y a un peu de vent devant, ça me choque pas.
Again, this is where my lack of French really starts to hurt here, because I'd love to fully understand what the tactical play is here, or what the conversation is.
Discussing whether they're going to jibe or not, and when they jibe. That's they've got to line themselves up for this jibe, because as you say, they're sailing with the code 0 there, slightly higher angle. They've then got to turn down to that wind. It is a jibe, but actually Marie's like, yeah, we don't want to do anything yet. Let's not make any decisions. She's like, yeah, whatever, not now.
They seem to mention Team Malizia, and I wonder whether they were, what did Team Malizia do? Of course, the wind was completely different for the German boat, earlier today.
So different if we think back to their finish, and they had it really light as well.
Just past the mast is Team Holcim-PRB, and they are a small black triangle on the horizon.
We were on the top sometimes, leading the fleet, but I think it's worse for Holcim.
Allez, c'est pas loin là.
Je dis ça et on n'a pas coupé la ligne. Ouais. Non?
T'inquiète pas, je regarde de côté.
C'est pas live, non?
Non. Je sais pas en fait. C'est on air. Je sais pas si c'est live. C'est allumé.
Interesting there. I thought it was worse for Holcim. I thought it was worse for Team Holcim-PRB, and that's a reference to the fact that Biotherm have lost out a lot in the last 24 hours. Team Malizia managing to get around them, but it was Team Holcim-PRB that started this final 24 hours with 10-15 miles to their advantage, and all of that evaporated.
Yeah, they've gone from heroes to zeros literally in the last overnight experience. So for them to come in at this leg, they'd be super frustrated if this stays as it is. I don't want to tempt anything. I'm scared to say that Biotherm have got the second place. But, if we were to come in these positions, Holcim will be devastated at that. They worked so hard during this leg. There's been so many transitions. They've held that lead, quite dominated. Only odd patches where there's been a change, where they've come together and there's been a little shuffle of the pack, but Holcim's always come out on top again. And here they are, and the pack's been shuffled and they've fallen out the deck.
Probably a good moment here to talk about the overall winner of the ocean race, because normally at this point where we're talking about a boat coming across the finish line on the final leg, the points are calculated and we can say with confidence that's the boat that's going to be lifting the trophy. We are not in that situation though on this edition of the ocean race. We are in quite uncharted territory to one extent, to the outside view. But in terms of sailing, this is a well-used mechanism that we are waiting to kick in. Basically a redress. We had that collision between Guyot Environment Team Europe and 11th Hour Racing Team in the opening stages, the opening twists and turns of this final leg, and it took both teams out of the race. The fault was with Guyot Environment Team Europe. That's what the umpires on the water decided at that moment. So 11th Hour Racing Team were able to ask the jury for redress, for score compensation, for points that they would have been able to win if it hadn't been for that collision. That hearing to decide whether 11th Hour Racing Team are going to be able to get any points or whether they won't or how many, that hearing is going to be on the 29th. Now, for Team Holcim-PRB, if they finish this leg in third place on the overall scoreboard, they will move ahead of 11th Hour Racing Team. And then we are going to have to wait, because if 11th Hour Racing Team get any redress, 1 point or more, it will put the Americans back on top. It's not unusual, is it, Dee, to have things in sailing go to arbitration, protests, redress, the mechanisms that we have on shore, but it does mean that for the sailors who are having to be patient out there on the water waiting for breeze, we're going to have to be patient waiting for final confirmation.
That's right, and I think it's important then that we take this leg for this leg. Let's celebrate the win of Malizia, the positions that leg 7 has given us on a very difficult leg, and then let's worry about the overall race after the protest hearing and the redress and the import race, and then that's the final celebration, which is at the weekend. So this is like any other leg, and the points will be awarded, and then we'll worry about the big race, the overall big picture, a bit later on.
A little bit of a chance now to compare conditions on board either boat. Biotherm on the left, closer to the finish line. Team Holcim-PRB further away on the right hand side, and they're both light. I mean, those wrinkles and that sort of pressure ridge rolling down both sails as the boat is just sort of washed around by the little ripples and waves on the water goes to show that there is very little breeze out there. I mean, I don't think the breeze is going to come up much more here. I think ultimately we are going to have potentially both of those boats here park up, and if they park up, Dee, a restart could do anything.
Oh, it's just painful, isn't it? I mean, the worst thing is, for each crew, you think you're the only person that's dealing in those conditions. You think we're the only ones that the sails are flapping and we're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But actually, for us, it's reassuring that both teams are in very similar conditions. We can hear and see the sails just flapping and struggling to move the boats. So it's so similar, and it's just who can suffer the most and keep the focus to that finish line and get those patches of breeze that they can string together.
You see what a distance Team Holcim-PRB still have left to run, though, to get down to that finish. At the moment, for Biotherm, they're 1.2 nautical miles away. Team Holcim-PRB, 2.9 nautical miles away. And for Biotherm, struggling to move in the light airs. And it does look, from the helicopter view, that Team Holcim-PRB do have perhaps a little breath more breeze. But Benjamin Schwartz is going to have to sail Team Holcim-PRB through these same conditions. That's going to be a big comfort for Paul Mayer.
Yeah, I mean, frustrating that he's in a light patch. We can see it really, this is a great shot to see how clearly those patches of breeze are on the water. But between the finish line and Holcim-PRB, he's got just as many patches of light pressure as well. So they've got to still sail that distance, and we can see how quickly it's changing, you know, even from Malizia's finish to now Biotherm and Holcim in these positions. The wind is changing all the time. That haze is really letting us know that there isn't going to be a big sea breeze build and pick up because it hasn't really cleared, and there isn't a flow of air, there isn't a gradient breeze to pull that from. So it's just hot, sticky and super light.
This is really quite the finish. I know the sailors absolutely hate things like this, but for us this is kind of keeping it a bit of a guessing game right the way to the finish. Every single time I feel myself want to say that for Biotherm they should start to feel confident they're closest to the finish line.
No, shush, don't tempt it, please don't tempt it. You're stressing me.
That's exactly it, because every single time I'm tempted to say that, I look up you look at the images and you think, I don't know, I'm not 100% certain. They have done well, the crew of Biotherm, to get themselves to this point, but Team Holcim-PRB have equally done incredibly well at keeping their speed up and finding a way to keep moving. For Team Holcim-PRB, since we've really been covering these arrivals, they have done 3 jibes downwind. Biotherm haven't yet done any. They've done a sail change. We had the spinnaker up. Now we've got the bigger of the masthead code zeros, the one that's a little bit better for going downwind. But they're going to have to put a jibe in soon. And if you were going to do something that inadvertently slammed the brakes on, jibing at the wrong time would probably be on the top of the list.
And if you get it wrong and you've got to do another 2 manoeuvres, then you're just compounding the issue. So they don't want to go too soon. They want to time it right. And I know that Paul was like, Marie, call this. You know, Marie, what are we going to do? Because you could take the decision on your own and live by it, but it's so nice to have kind of buy-in from everybody. Yeah, no, let's go now. We're all in this together.
Yeah. That is the finish line that you can see, the 2 white marks either side of the top of the mast of Biotherm, and it almost looks as if this boat is grinding to a halt. So close to that finish line. The main starting to slap around. They're just still creeping forward in the water, so they will still have steerage. And Alan Roberts now with that masthead code 0 up. For the head sail. Alan's come out of the cockpit. He's got his eyes up. Mariana Labat at the mast, along with Marie Rioux. And these 2 boats, Biotherm and Team Holcim-PRB, have got a lot of work to do if they want to get ashore where Team Malizia have finished, got into the Ocean Live Park, and are enjoying this moment for all their hard work coming together for what has been an incredibly impressive overtake in the final moments. And now Will Harris, Boris Herrmann, Rosalind Kuiper and Nico Lunven get set to walk up onto the stage in front of the crowd and savour the moment here for the leg win on the final leg of the ocean race.
Venite, un grande abbraccio, un grande calore, vogliamo sentirlo tutto. Oh, eccoli. Oh,
brilliant.
They're coming.
They're coming. The moment we've been waiting for. They have definitely been waiting for. Such a great moment for a great team. The crowd's starting to build, so don't be shy. Come on in. We want this place full for Team Malizia. Come on in. Come on in.
Vogliamo riempirla questo prato, vogliamo riempirlo questo spazio antistante il palco. Ma riempiamolo, dai, riempiamo. We're gonna fill in the whole space here. You'll see, we're coming. Vai, venite, vi stiamo aspettando per chiamarvi. Aspettiamo solo voi, venite.
Look at them all coming in. Look at this. Genova, the grand finale. How good is this?
Yeah.
All right, Valerio, are you ready? Genova, are you ready? Let's welcome them up onto stage. Leg 7 winners from The Hague to Genova, Team Malizia!
Hey, 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 hey.
Come on down, come on down.
Hanno distrutto anche il palco, talmente la felicità, talmente la gioia, la contentezza di essere con voi qui oggi.
Okay, I'm going to come in here. Will, Rosalind, how good is this? When you left The Hague, Rosalind, it was an absolute party. We thought the dock was going to go into the water, but we come here, you're the winners. Leg 7.
That's incredible, guys. Thank you so much. It has been a crazy adventure around the world, but Genoa, you fucking rock. We love it.
Ragazzi, il team Malizia parla anche italiano. Antoine, 2 parole in italiano, tanti terzi posti, finalmente una vittoria a Genova.
Siamo super felici e ora plaza la dolce vita!
Andiamo sul palco, accompagnato dal solito applauso. Assessore allo sport e al turismo del comune di Genova a presentare il premio Alessandra Bianchi, per cortesia, ben arrivata. Eccolo il premio per i primi classificati nell'ultima tappa del Giro intorno al mondo dell'Ocean Race, presentati dall'assessore sport e turismo Alessandra Bianchi, il team Proviamo, platea, voglio la ola per il team Malizia.
And here they go, the champagne moment for the winning team, leg 7, The Hague to Genova. What a win, what a way to finish sailing around the world. As they celebrate, let's celebrate with them. Will Harris grabs the champagne. Now Will, let's see it, here we go!
Jessica, how many are there?
Don't stop me. This is the team. This is the team. Look at them. It's shore crew. It's family. It's friends. The ocean race. It's bigger than just the 5 people that are on the boat. It's the whole team that means so much for. And to win a leg in the ocean race is just extraordinary. So Team Malizia, congratulations. Leg 7 winners.
E questa è l'Ocean Race, non è soltanto l'equipaggio che è a bordo, ma sono le famiglie, sono gli amici, il supporto tecnico, tutto l'entourage. E questa è l'Ocean Race, e questo è il
come
on!
Celebrations on the stage for Team Malizia, but on the water, Biotherm and Team Holcim-PRB still have a little bit of a way to go. And we have got our jibe here for Biotherm D. They are getting close to this finish. The jibe is not going to be their only one, though. They're going to have to put another one in.
No, I think that was more a tactical move, trying to position themselves relative to Holcim-PRB and work on closing that gap towards the finish. They weren't going to make it on the trajectory they were on. They always had to jibe at some point, and it was just too high a risk to leave it to just one jibe. So multiple manoeuvres give them options, as the wind's quite fickle.
Our helicopter is heading out onto the water once again. A quick refuel during the prize giving. And there you can see Biotherm, and they are making some ground. They are managing to move here. And they've got some boats behind them. Everyone's still keeping a little bit of distance, keeping the weight down. I'm surprised here, Dee, to see both rudders down on Biotherm. I would have thought minimise every bit of drag you can.
Yeah, everybody has a slightly different setup with their rudders, and some are in cassettes off the back that are super easy to flick up, and some it's a bit more complex. Not all the boats always lift them. And he is doing manoeuvres. It's the worst thing ever if you were to do a manoeuvre and forget the rudder.
Well, they look like they have already completed this jibe. The tracker might just be a couple of minutes behind, because they look now, they are laying that finish line. So if we have seen a jibe, we have seen 2 of them. And now Paul is moving over 2 knots of boat speed, and right now that's enough. You'll take that, you'll be happy with it, and that finish line is ahead. For this boat now, they are less than half a mile, a quarter of a mile away from the finish and away from a 2nd place in leg 7. Smiles from Alan, smiles from Marie Rioux as well.
Yeah, they're just finally allowing those smiles to come onto their faces, but they're just not holding onto them, just in case. But if we look on the heli shot, we can see that patch of darker breeze, a nice big line between them and the finish, which hopefully will just allow them to keep that momentum into that finish line.
And it must feel very good as well to be pointing at the finish. The jibe back, lining yourselves up, bit of pressure, and now every distance we sail is going where we've been trying to go for the last few hours.
Yeah, so demoralising to be sailing in the wrong direction for so long. It just crushes you. So to now finally point and shoot is a really good feeling. And the fact that all the crew are sat to leeward, like they're pretty comfortable where they are, and it's just about Paul keeping the boat rolling now. Still joking, still with a smile on his face. That's been the theme for Biotherm the whole way around the world.
There's enough breeze. Not as much as they wanted, but just enough to bring them here across the finish line. It's just ahead of them, 2 white marks just coming up here for Biotherm. Alan Roberts, Marie Rioux. I mean, one of the skills, we talk about the skills that sailors need to have. You know, Alan has learned French, and he's learned that because he's spending so much time in worlds like Moccas and all the rest of it. It's becoming another skill. If you want to be an international sailor, you've got to speak more than just one language.
Yeah, and Alan spending 8 years in a Figaro class, everything's in French, all the race instructions are in French, the meetings are in French, and Mariana Labato, Portuguese, speaking French to them fluently. She speaks really good English as well. All of them speak really good English. It is completely international now.
I think your boat as well, the Turn the Tide on Plastic in the last edition of the Ocean Race, had pretty much that same thing going on as well. You've got to pick the best sailors, and you don't want language to just be a barrier. They're good. I can speak enough language. We can speak the language of sailing. You know, you don't want that to be something that means, but then I'd have to learn another language. And this boat, I think, is a really good example of that. A lot of mix, different cultures, different languages, coming together really nicely. And there you can see on that left-hand side, the finish line, the 2 white marks. And I said that they were laying that finish. And it did look like they were earlier, but now they've been pulled up. You can see on that left-hand side, the streaks of pressure, the dark patches, sailing a little bit out of it now.
Yeah, you did the curse, Niall. You said they were laying it. That was the curse. The kiss of death for Biotherm coming into the finish, Niall. Niall Myron Best gave you that. I'm sorry you've got to do another jibe.
It is absolutely the curse of being the main commentator.
Yeah, which means I can call you out on it, so that's fine. So all the crew are back now. They know they're going to do another manoeuvre. They just need a little bit of boat speed to make that happen. But they're trying to stay in the pressure, so they don't want to sail too far, because we saw on that helicopter shot how light it was out of that patch of breeze.
So everyone now back into the cockpit, ready to see how this turn is completed. They've already done two jibes on this final approach. Finish line now to the left-hand side, and you can see it's not far, so this should be their last jibe. If they just hold on, if the pressure allows them just to sail maybe a few more boat lengths, they can jibe over and they can comfortably lay the finish line, knowing that it's a good angle to the breeze. Mary Ryu, Alan Roberts on the winches providing the power. Mariana Labateau on the sheets. And Paul Meyer steering it through the turn, not relying on the autopilot when the wind is this light. And it requires a little bit more than just the wind instruments to know exactly what the breeze is doing. You need that instinctive feel. Well, they've got enough momentum, they've got enough speed. The rudders are certainly answering. They've furled up the masthead code 0. Now it comes out on the new side. The main is over, the battens are not. But to be honest with you, at this point, with so much left to run, it's so satisfying to see that head sail unfurl and straight away fill. So even if those battens don't want to pop, and as I say that they do, I mean, they found the best breeze of the last hour.
Yeah, they just jibed in the perfect spot there. As you say, they are laying it. I don't want to give the kiss of death, but that was a great jibe and pressure. So I think we can start being confident and having smiles on our faces now that we've got a second place Biotherm.
Second place coming up for Biotherm. It is all but a certainty now. Maybe 6-7 boat lengths left to run for the French team. Paul Meyer jibing the boat onto a good approach angle now. The main is full, the head sail is ready, it's powering the boat forward. They've lost a little bit of momentum, but the crew's still looking relaxed because they know that there is nothing left to do. All they need to do is drift, crawl, just keep something in the bank, and this boat is going to be able to cross that finish line. They have been given a real scare as Team Holcim-PRB behind. The boat that was leading for a huge part of this leg managed in the closing stages, the last few hours, to put some real pressure and some big concern on the face of Paul Meyer. But now, for Biotherm, here they come to that finish line, a finish line that has been a long time coming. Paul Meyer crafted a team fueled by passion and has achieved so much during the event, learning with every mile that they have completed. And now, along with his crew of Mariana Labateau, Mary Ryu and Alan Roberts, are here at the end of leg 7, the end of the ocean race journey, and they take second place in the grand finale in Genova. Behind them, many miles of hard work, achievements, and overcoming the odds.
Ah, bien joué. Bien joué, Paul. Prends ton début, hein.
Biotherm now across the line. It really did take a long time, but you're talking about a journey that has taken 6 months. I mean, this edition of the Ocean Race was shorter than normal, 9-10 months. That's a little bit more the norm. 6 months, but I wonder, for someone like Paul Meyer, standing there with his crew on either side, celebrating with his supporters that have come out in the water, Paul had to learn an awful lot about what it takes to do this race, and he had to learn by being here and experiencing it in the moment.
Absolutely, and his boat was literally fresh out the shed, straight out of the package, straight into this race. Very little chance to have any preparation that most teams have and lead up into this race. But he has just grown as a skipper, as a character, and his confidence now in his boat and his decisions is all the better for this extra lap of the planet ahead of what he plans over the next couple of years, where the boat will go again, but with just him on board. So he really has surrounded himself with people that he values, that he trusts and respects, that he really enjoys the company of, so he's had a great time. They're a relatively small team if you add their shore team together compared to a lot of the other teams, and they have overcome quite a few issues along the way. We've seen them tackle delamination on their foils, they've had rig issues, and they've just come back, electronic issues, and they've just come back each time and delivered. And you know, I had my fingers crossed that they were going to do it this leg, but Malizia beat them overnight. But to come second, he'll be really proud of that.
If anything, it seems to me like Paul was happier in the second half of this edition of the race. It seems strange to me that in the first half he was still, you know, absolutely a contender. I mean, you really couldn't write anybody off. Everyone had the reason on paper why they might have been the team to be lifting the trophy. But the first half of the race, a fair few setbacks, not quite getting the points that the other teams were. But the second half of the race, it almost felt to me like Paul realised that there was a lot of reasons why, whatever the points were saying, they had done well, and he had done well as a skipper.
And I think it's appreciating where his wins were. His wins were with the people. His wins were with the communication for his sponsor. The wins were with him learning and confidence with his boat. The wins were actually their performance was getting better when he chilled out and relaxed about it a bit more, didn't put the pressure on himself. And I think we've just seen this team grow and flourish throughout the course of the race, and it's really nice to see them be so dominant now in the latter half, as you say, in a much more relaxed form.
Their second place finish of this edition of the Ocean Race. Biotherm, Mariana Labateau down below, Alan Roberts just coming out, and Marie Roux along with Paul Mayer. Great performance and a strong finish. While behind them, you can see those multiple jibes that Biotherm were able to do in the pressure. Team Holcim-PRB have really parked up now. You know, it's a bit of a wonder why Team Holcim-PRB weren't able to make a little bit more of their attack position on Biotherm, but the breeze out on the water here in Genova proving very challenging for our sailors. Team Holcim-PRB D, 1.5 knots of boat speed. That is close to losing control of the boat, really. I mean, that's got to feel close to the rudders not gripping.
Yeah, it's going to be about minimal movement. So long as that head sail can keep pulling, then you've got that movement. But the last thing they want to do is any more manoeuvres, but we know there are more manoeuvres for them to do to cross that finish line, looking at their trajectory at the moment. So they're going to have to time these when they're in the max pressure, which isn't a lot out there for sure. But we can see the patches on the water, and when they've got some good pressure, that's when they need to do a manoeuvre now.
Just trying to get some onboard images. They're right at the limit of the range that we have out there. But the haze that we are seeing across the horizon from that long lens here down by the finish, it's clear that the breeze is light, going to stay light as well. It's not going to be picking up here. And I see that, you know, Biotherm came down with their spinnaker. Team Holcim-PRB coming down with their masthead code 0. We see differences in sail choices, and a lot of it is because of decisions that you've made even before this race has begun. I mean, you know, you've got to choose your sails, you've got to kind of stack your deck, and then I guess live with the consequences.
Decisions quite often that are made before the boat even comes out the shed, in design and build. And it's you choose your design around, and then you get your engines, your sails, your workhorses appropriate for what you've designed to make it perform in its sweet spots. And you know, in fairness to any boat designer, you don't design a boat to float around the Med in 4 knots of breeze. That's not what you want to design a boat for. You just have to suffer this bit, which is what we have here as we see Viva Mexico breathing down the neck of Holcim-PRB.
And it's a different thing for the Vo65s, of course, because they're all one design. So you're not making, you know, you're not, as a sailor, you're not thinking, oh, I wish I had that sail that the other boat had. Everything on these boats is identical. You might have newer sails. You might have had sails that have had less stresses and strains that you put on them in practice and in racing. But ultimately, for the IMOCAs, there's a lot of opportunities for designers, for sailors to collaborate, to come up with crazy ideas. Some of them fantastic, some of them less so. And, you know, the ocean race and the performance from a lot of the teams will be picked apart by a lot of people. But Team Holcim-PRB might not have been able to make a lot out of these last few hours and did lose the lead as well. But Team Holcim-PRB as a boat, as a team, they have been really fast in this edition of the race.
And over a range of wind speeds and conditions. Sea state, they've been good in the big south. They've had that 600-mile lead on everyone. They jumped on a weather system that stayed ahead of everybody else. They scored that first scoring gate in the Southern Ocean. And we've seen them in light winds where they've made some really good decisions and got the boat to perform. They've also overcome their own setbacks, be it, obviously, the rig was a really obvious one, but also they've had electronics have problems, they've had autopilot problems, they've had a J3 lock fail that they then had to go up and replace. So they've had their own catalogue of errors that and challenges that they've overcome to keep the boat racing and performing. And, you know, I think as another boat that's straight out the box into this race with very little preparation time and build-up, it did the route de Rome and it delivered back, and that's pretty much been all it's done before the race. I think, you know, it should be really proud of what it's shown and its pedigree of what it can do in the future.
With Viva Mexico, the Vo65 and Team Holcim-P are just in front. I'm reminded of those moments that we see in the ocean race where somebody comes in with a bit of an advantage, a different way of sailing, uses it on the opening legs, the opening stages, and then the other boats go, you're doing that? That's interesting. In the last edition, Dongfeng race team discovering that it was much quicker not to fully crank the keel over in heavy airs, and everyone realizing that's a great idea, we'll copy that, and the advantage going. With Team Holcim-PRB, they were, I mean, I think I'm right in saying they were one of the first boats to be double foiling downwind VMG, and that seems to be a technique that is coming across all of the IMOCAs now.
Yeah, and not just the IMOCAs in the ocean race, but actually the IMOCA fleet that have been following this edition of the ocean race, learning from the IMOCAs involved and then putting it onto their boats that are doing other races that we'll see later in the year. So the whole fleet's allowed, and what we've got is some great onboard footage from all the boats, and it does allow you to pick out all the tips and tricks that all the teams are using, so then you can kind of take it on board and make it work for you.
Light winds out on the water there. You can see the difference in the pressures, and I've just seen that motorboat going round. Perhaps no knowledge of what it's like to be on a sailing boat, but all of those little bits of wake that are waiting for these teams, you just hope that things remain flat. There is nothing more frustrating and more agonizing for a sailor when you've got your weight in precisely the right point, you're trimming the sail, you know, with millimeters of care and precision, and then a boat comes past you, creating some nasty waves, and it just shakes the whole rig.
Well, it almost just shakes the wind out of the sail, and it's really frustrating. Then you've got to go through the pain of getting it all set again. Quite often you end up holding the sheet just in your hand, so you can feel every puff, every bit of pressure, so you can talk to the driver to get it rolling. As we can see none of the team, because they're all actually sat to leeward, just to help the heel of the boat, reduce the wetted surface area to reduce the drag, and try and get as much out of the boat as possible.
Johan Richomme, Annemiek Bess, I think, at the back as well. The conversation here, perhaps not about what they could have done, but what they are going to do now. They have jibed, and coming out of that jibe, they're actually sailing at quite a nice deep angle, potentially being able to lay the finish. I think it's Ambrogio Beccarari just coming out of the hatch as well. Last time coming into Genova, for Johan Rashom in anything with the ocean race. He was the boat that went from third to first on the finish line. Now, unfortunately, he's the one that has been overtaken. And it's a very cruel thing in sailing that when you are overtaken, it rarely happens rapidly and it's over and like pulling a plaster off. When you get overtaken in sailboat racing, certainly in light winds, it's death by 1,000 cuts.
And it always happens when there isn't enough runway left to get it back, claw it back. It happens and it's over, and you're like, how did that just happen? I can't believe it. This is after, 12 days. This is their 12th day of sailing as well. And these guys have fought to be in the front a couple of times, and they've basically held the front position for the fleet the whole leg. And then their fortunes changed in the early hours of this morning.
It's almost mean, isn't it, that you could be in the lead for 99% of the entire race, but you get nothing to show for it. You know, if you can't hold that all the way to the finish, like you say, if you make one bad mistake just before the end of the leg, somebody else slips past you, that's it. You get nothing for all your efforts.
Yeah, I mean, there's always an element of luck in sail racing, and whether it's a little bit of Mother Nature, the wind, the waves, there's an element of luck that will give you your result, as well as the skills and the preparation and the planning and the execution. You know, it all comes together, but in lighter conditions, it feels that element of luck is slightly larger than it is in kind of bigger conditions, shall we say.
I mean, you do enough miles, I guess. I think it was Charlie Enright always talking about, the element of luck, and he was saying something along the lines of you do enough miles, and the ocean race, let's be honest, it's enough miles that the luck does sort of even out. Sometimes it's in your favor, sometimes it's not, but with a full lap of the planet, it's normally the boats at the top who have been able to kind of persevere. And while Team Holcim-PRB might be coming in here in third place on this final leg, they are second overall on the overall scoreboard. As we were saying before, with this finish they will move up into first place overall, but that is not necessarily going to mean that they are going to lift the trophy. We have to wait and see. It could be that they will be lifting the trophy, and I guess, Steve, that adds an extra sort of stress to the experience of this team and these sailors sailing in here to Genova with that unknown hanging over their heads.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really mixed emotions for the finish for this team. We've achieved a lap of the planet, quite phenomenal. Not everybody that sets off will achieve it normally, so this is a major achievement. They've actually sailed themselves like from first to third, last in the IMOCA fleet, but it's a podium position, it's a podium finish, and they've done well. They've won legs, they've won a lot of points, they've overcome all these challenges, but they'd be frustrated. But it's a podium finish for the final leg of the ocean race, but the overall result is unknown, and it's just managing those emotions and how they really feel about their achievement. I mean, to race in this race is phenomenal. To achieve a podium position is phenomenal. So this leg, they need to be applauded for what they've done. But it's going to be bittersweet for them a little bit.
They're sailors, they're competitors, and I'm sure they've been in that situation where they have seen the results posted with the big words, pending approval, provisional results, all of that. We're kind of used to it in sailing. It is that different thing from rugby, football, tennis, where decisions are made at the moment. There are those times in sailing where decisions, people say, you know what, this is an important one. Let's take the time. I know it's annoying waiting, but let's take the time. Let's have an in-depth conversation. Let's examine it. Let's let everybody put their cases forward, and then we can decide what the fair and the right next path is. And that's what's coming up on the horizon on the 29th with the redress hearing. Team Holcim-PRB will be there along with all of the other boats. Guyot Environment, Team Europe, Biotherm, Team Malizia, and of course 11th Hour Racing Team as well. But for these sailors on the water, how hard is it, Dee, when, as we were saying, you've done 9 out of 10 things correctly, one thing wrong, but it was just the order of those one things. It's that final thing that's going to stay with you. How hard is it to sort of look at it and realise, you know what, we actually sailed mostly a fantastic leg?
Well, it takes really strong leadership to make that happen. So Benjamin will be having, or will have had, that conversation with everybody ahead of coming in, because it's really awkward when you come in because there's lots of distractions. There's the other teams, the organisation, sponsors, family, friends, loved ones. So there's a lot going on there, and when you get a little bit of time to yourself, whether it's when you finally go and have a shower, or when you get that little bit of space where you have to think, how do I feel? And because people are going to be going, oh, well done, and you'll be like, yeah, but it wasn't what we wanted, it wasn't where we thought we were going to finish. And actually Benjamin's probably had a little conversation of, we've got everything to go all the way to the line, we're sailing a good race, we've just got to keep doing what we do well. But now we've got this frustration of it hasn't happened, and whether he's having that conversation before this finish line or after this finish line will be a tricky one for him, because he's frustrated as well, and he's got to still hold the team together.
I mean, Benjamin Schwartz, he hasn't been skipper of this team for long, but I've been quite impressed with how well he seems to have taken on that role, not just as a sailor, but as you say, a leader as well. And we can hear now his thoughts on this final leg of the ocean race.
Well, could be better.
We are close to the finish line.
Yeah, we are about 1 mile to the finish line, which is somewhere here. Unfortunately, we are closing the race, finishing third today. It's been a tough night, battling with Biotherm and Malizia, and they've been maybe smarter than us, or I don't know, but we couldn't cover them at some point, and they managed to escape, and here we are. After leading the race for 12 days, finishing in the last position of the group, so it's a bit of a disappointment and a bitter taste at the moment, but we are happy to finish here in Genova, and it was a really great leg. We really enjoyed it, so that's what we have to remember.
Well, there you go, Dee. Everything that you were saying there encapsulated in one interview.
I know, and I feel for him. I felt his, it's quite heavy heart that he did that interview, but that's the hard thing as well, is you don't want to actually speak to anyone about it because you're frustrated, disappointed, embarrassed. You've got all these emotions as the person responsible and leading the team, but you've got to do these interviews, so you've got to be quite matter-of-fact about it. But actually he was really good there. We did a good job, we did enjoy it, we led for most of the race. It didn't come our way at the end, but I'm proud, and he can't ask for the crew to do any more than give their best.
Well, another boat that has given their best, absolutely, Viva Mexico, as we're seeing now, the helicopter flying around, and somebody up the rig certainly enjoying. Just look at that image behind them. I know it's scrolling past incredibly quickly, but it is very glassy where this boat has come from. Luckily at the moment they are in the breeze, but for Viva Mexico, the boat that is finished on the water last in the first stage, last in the second stage, third place here on the final stage, vindicates a lot of the faith that people have had in Eric Brockman, this boat, and goes to show what is possible. Keep fighting to the end, because this is another boat that has exploited the transitions, the light winds, and made a good decision at the crucial moment coming into Genoa.
I love it for this team. This leg has just been everything they dreamt of. Completely, and that bowman is just the happiest person alive, because he's got the classic shot that every bowman wants. There's a picture of them at the top of the rig, beautiful backdrop. So he's definitely, that's going to be his new image on Instagram when he gets to shore. I'm sure he'll change that. But they really have kind of been the ones following the fleet around, and then just come into fruition this leg. They've nailed it. And it was literally yesterday as I went to bed that I saw them in first place in the Vo65 Sprint.
Yeah.
And it was only this morning where they lost that to Team Guyot that sailed incredibly well along the coast. Viva Mexico kind of pinned their colours to Holcim-PRB by going, oh, we're following their route. They always seem to be leading. And they've both missed out a little bit there. But they'll be delighted to have the Austrian team and Mir-Puri Trifoot Racing behind them coming into this finish line, and they will have huge smiles and big celebrations, I'm sure.
And it's sort of the reverse of what we were talking about earlier with some of the teams in the IMOCAs. For this boat, they've struggled to reach their full performance in the first 2 stages, but it's that final thing, that last thing. You know, you're only as good as your last race, you're only as strong as your last performance. And for Viva Mexico, Eric Brockman and the rest of the crew, you get to say, oh, don't worry about those other stages. We were just finding our feet. We brought it, though, to the final one. And yeah, okay, we might not have won, you know, Wind Whisper Racing Team, the almost indestructible Wind Whisper Racing Team, but Viva Mexico goes out on good form.
On a real high, and yeah, you know, what a thing to be remembered by. And you know, here do a really good job with that. The Legends race is taking place today, and of course the Mexicans are steeped in history of this race, being the first winners of the inaugural race. So that will really play into the hype and celebration of Viva Mexico having such a good leg and finishing on the podium for the Vo65 Sprint leg today.
I'm just doing some calculations on a pencil and paper here. And I'm just looking at what this might mean for Viva Mexico coming in. And I think this really closes up the scores for the Vo65s. It's very difficult to do, simple maths, but still, maths and talking at the same time is not my strongest suit. But essentially for Viva Mexico coming through the line here in 3rd place, that's going to give them 4 points. They've got 4 already, 2 points from stage 1, 2 points from stage 2. They add another 4 to that, they go on to 8. That could see them climbing maybe 1, maybe 2 places here, depending on what happens with the boats behind them. So it might get a little bit interesting for the Vo65s. It might mean a little bit more than just we've sailed well, we've finished well, this stage has been a good one. For Team Holcim-PRB, they're also going to be thinking about the points. It is going to put them, this position here, 3rd place on the water in the IMOCA fleet for this final leg. It is going to put them at the top. But then on the 29th, we're going to have the jury consider redress for the fleet of IMOCAs. After we saw that collision with Guyot Environment Team Europe and 11th Hour Racing Team. And after that, we might see some points awarded where the jury feel that they need to be. And so that could have an impact as to who lifts the trophy. But very light here for Team Holcim-PRB. I'm guessing this is a turn, this is a jibe. And rather than furling round the head sail, they're deciding that they are just going to do it by hand. Ben Schwartz on the bow. I think Johan Richomme was the head sticking out from down below, steering at the moment. They're just bringing round that head sail. This should be their last jibe. If they are indeed jibing here, this should be their last jibe. Or is it, D, just a complete change in the breeze? I can't quite tell whether that boat has turned its course. Normally there'd be a nice long streaming wake behind them, but they're moving so slowly, it's almost a little bit hard to tell. I think that is a jibe there. I'm judging that by Viva Mexico. They have jibed now, Team Holcim-PRB, and they should be on lay to the finish line and electing to pull that masthead code 0 round rather than furl it because, well, at the end of the day, why not?
Yeah, interesting decision there. Yes, it was a jibe, but hard to tell, as you can see. But it's, you know, it's quite an agricultural jibe to haul it round that forestay or that front sail. You know, it's hard work, but actually they felt that that was smoother or just as quick as furling it forwards and then coming out again. He was lucky to keep the steerage he had on the bow because there's very little pressure in that mainsail. But this now looks like they're in a much better place. And there seems to be a bit of a patch of darker breeze on the water there to keep them moving. It looks better from the helicopter than from on board, I have to say.
I would be happier here if I could see some smiles on Benjamin's face, on Johan Richomme's face. I'd be a little bit happier here because this is that point, isn't it, where any professional athlete in any sport, you are stuck in this moment where things have not gone your way, either by bad luck or by bad decision, but either way you find yourself in a situation where you are not going to get the points that you wanted, that you needed, that maybe you felt like you deserved, and this moment is sticking around for a long time. You know, you are the last of our IMOCAs on the water, but we are going to make you go all the way to the finish line. And you're stuck in your own thoughts at that point.
Yeah, and the finish line just seems to be getting further away from them. You know, it was an hour away when they were doing 6 knots, and as I said, it's like every time they got closer, it just slowed down, so it stayed the same distance. It's always an hour away. It's been an hour away since 8 o'clock this morning. And that is almost too much time to think, and you're just thinking, well, what's the difference now? What are we achieving? And that's the frustrating thing, because they can't actually change any of the outcomes now. They can't change the points, they can't change the positions, it's literally just by geographically putting their boat across the finish line, then it can all end. It can't come quick enough for them.
And there is that point in the ocean race where you come to the final finish line. You know, you do a bad leg, you know, we're Team Malizia and we've ripped our mast. Okay, so we have time. We can repair it, we can regroup. You know, your 11th hour racing team, we've ripped our mainsail in half. All right, this is just one moment, it's just one leg. For, you know, Team Holcim-PRB, oh, you know, this head sail's fallen out the water, we've broken this. Oh, it's okay, we can do. Every team has had that. But now we're at that final finish line, and that little realization of we've done everything that we can. And as a skipper, as somebody that has, you know, you've done the race twice, you skippered Turn the Tide of Plastic in the last edition, you know, you were saying it's important to sort of say those right words, because we always focus on the trophies and on the scoreboard, but what a journey, what an adventure, you know, 32,000 miles around the planet, more when you consider that it's not a straight line. And for Team Holcim-PRB, whatever happens in the redress, whatever happens for the last few moments as they cross the finish line, what a team, what a performance, and really they got everyone to raise their game.
Absolutely, and it's so hard to remember those important things at a time like this. You're not thinking of that then, you're thinking of all the doom and gloom and the frustration and the misery and how painful this last half hour is. But actually it is really important that you look for the positives and what you can take from it. And actually the evolution of a team is quite impressive over time. You know, you can find your feet, you can have some teething problems, you can make some mistakes, but actually the growth of these people that come together and overcome all the challenges on each leg that they face, be it living together, be it eating freeze-dried food, be it not having a water maker that's working or drinking warm water that they've been drinking from the water maker for the last few days. You know, all these things are growth and development that should be, you know, applauded and they should be proud of.
Team Holcim-PRB slow on the water now, but the crew, everybody on board realizing that this journey in the ocean race is about to come to an end for this team.
We are 5 minutes before the arrival?
Yeah, we're 5 minutes for the finish. We had a really tough morning.
Yeah.
We didn't manage to get into a bit of breeze, and saw actually Malizia, Biotherm and Guyot sailing away from us, and we couldn't get there. Super frustrating. And now, it's really disappointing that we are here at this moment in this position. Super disappointed. We really want to win. But that's life. That's sports, and next time we will win.
I guess there's got to be a winner, and there has to be some people that feel like they had a little bit more in the tank and they didn't quite get their chance. We do not know who is going to lift the trophy. We do not know how everything is going to go. But to a certain extent, I think for the sailors, you know, people like yourself as well, Dee, it doesn't really matter. What matters is, did we feel like we had our fair share? Did we feel like we were able to give it our all? And I guess the decision to stay offshore when everyone else dialed in to the thermal breeze is the one that is kind of sitting on the front of their minds.
Yeah, your most recent mistake will stay with you, and especially when you saw that the others benefited from the gains they made by going somewhere else. And Annemiek's dead right. You think, oh, we've got to try and get there, but the Med is one of those really amazing places that if you're not in the same bit of breeze, you have a completely different breeze, and you can't get there. You can't go back and join them. and then make the gains. And we know from Holcim-PRB's performance that whenever they're in the same weather, they make gains on the others. So that they will, you could see the frustration in Annemiek's face there when she was talking. But as an athlete, as a Olympic silver medalist, as a competitor, you know that's the sport, you know that's the game, but it is super frustrating, and you always want more for your team. But she's just sailed an IMOCA on that leg, and the last time she was on it, the mast fell down. Well, that stayed up. This is a game, this is a win. So it'll take her a while, but she'll feel proud of what she's done eventually.
I think that's what makes Annemiek, everybody on Team Holcim-PRB, but also on the other boats as well, athletes and amazing competitors, is they do not take moments where they think they should have done better. They don't just brush past them. And my question to you is, what are you like when you have performed in a way that you're not happy with, regardless of what anyone else thinks? What does it feel like when people come up to you and say, "Oh, well, well done, well done"? As an athlete, sometimes that's not actually what you want to hear.
It's really hard, and you don't actually know how to respond in the best way, and actually it depends who it is. And I remember coming into New Zealand, into Auckland, on Turn the Tide on plastic, and we'd gone from a podium position to down the bottom of the pan, and I just wanted to cry, not answer questions.
Well, our sailors are going to be answering questions. Team Holcim-PRB are coming up to the finish line, but at the moment, ahead of Team Holcim-PRB, Biotherm is making their way into the dock and into the crowds here at the Ocean Live Park.
Congratulations. Oh, nice moment with Boris. What a battle out there, huh? With Boris, you guys hugged the coast. You did well.
Yeah, it was a really great fight all the race with the free boats. It was only free boats, but really close racing. So really interesting, and actually it's maybe less distance between the boat at the end than just after the import race when we left Den Haag. But we knew from the start that all will be played just in front of Genova. It will be the case. It was the case. So we try to long the coast to do the Biguden spoon, but the Biguden spoon didn't work well. So, but no, it was really interesting, and congratulations to Malizia, because they took a risk during the night, and it was a good idea, sure.
Yeah, very tricky conditions, like you said, coming into Genova. But you're here. Congratulations. I mean, second place is fantastic. Little words in French for the French viewers back home. Summarize what it is like for you to get the second place today here in the Grand Finale in Genova.
C'est sûr que c'est super de finir par une deuxième place, même si on aurait forcément aimé faire mieux. On a pris tous les risques à la fin. Là, on a essayé de faire la louche Biguden, comme on dit en breton, et bah, ça a marché à moitié, mais pas comme on a espéré. Ça s'est pas joué à grand chose. C'était une manche incroyable avec seulement 3 bateaux, mais de très bon niveau, et on était au contact tout le temps. Et vraiment des bons souvenirs tout au long de la côte, beaucoup de spi, beaucoup de portants, non, vraiment super. Après on est partagé entre un peu soulagé que ce soit fini parce qu'on n'en peut plus, on est vraiment sur les rotules, et puis en même temps c'était génial, on a envie de continuer parce que c'est vraiment super de faire des étapes comme ça, que ça s'arrête jamais, les courses et tout, c'est vraiment super.
Beaucoup de concentration là à la fin, juste avant de croiser la ligne. Et félicitations, bienvenue à Genova.
Grazie mille.
Well, while Paul Mayer was giving us that insight and his words on their impressive finish at second place into Genova, Team Holcim-PRB crossed the finish line out in the water to take third place on this final leg of the ocean race. And some smiles there. Johan Risham and the crew coming around. They've needed to come across the finish line just simply to be able to put everything behind them. It's done. There it is. There was not the result that I think you could argue they deserved, considering how long they were leading on this leg, and what an amazing performance it was that they have put down for everyone else to try and follow. But either way, for those boats that did overtake them, they made them work incredibly hard to try and find a way round.
Yeah, and where they'd be disappointed, the others overcame that challenge and took it to them. You know, it could have gone any way on this fleet. There's all such good sailors. I mean, these are some of the best sailors in the world here, all coming together to take on this challenge. So I think, you know, they need a bit of time to reflect, a few beers and a bit of a hug from the other teams, and it'll all be forgotten, and, you know, they'll move on. But they probably want payback, I'd suggest, at the weekend, and that last chance they get to line up on the water.
That's a very good point. We are going to see one more time for our IMOCAs and our Vo65s going head-to-head in the import race here in Genova. Not too sure what the conditions are going to be. Everyone was saying that Genova is going to be light. It's normally pretty light winds at this time of year. It's its own unique challenge. So the import race is potentially going to be a little bit of a chance for our sailors to try and maybe kind of right their wrongs. But they've been learning lessons. Marie Rioux on Biotherm, it's going to be knowing how she's going to want to take to the water and keep up this strong performance that we saw from her crew earlier today.
Hello, Marie. Congratulations. Welcome to Genova. I mean, what a moment there. It seems like deja vu for you. It seems like you've lived that moment before, that crawl to the finish line.
Yeah, but this time it's a bit different. We wanted the win for this final leg, and it was an amazing leg because it was very tight between the 3 boats. And finally, it's Malizia, they won. Really bravo to Malizia. And a bit sad for Holcim, they finished third. So the feeling is good because we are here and it's the end of the ocean race. And we did a good leg. We finished second, but yeah, we did a big fight with the 3 boats, and we are happy with this second place.
Yeah, a long leg, a little bit longer than you thought it would be. Almost 12 days out at sea, but not quite. Did you have enough food left over?
Yeah, we had 12 days of food, so perfect. But it was, it was light all the way. But today, the night before, we did 34 boat speed, so not so bad for during 2 hours. It was good to have a fast moment on this leg. Yeah, it was a really good leg. Some starts in Gibraltar, in Cascais, and yeah, the fight was really good with the 3 boats.
Yeah, a lot of memorable moments, good competition out on the water. A few words in French for the viewers back home of what it's like to arrive here today in Genoa.
En français? Eh bien, on est ravis d'être arrivés aujourd'hui. C'est vrai que on est content de cette deuxième place. Même si on voulait la victoire au début, c'est vrai qu'on voulait finir sur une bonne note et on voulait cette victoire de leg. Mais on a fait vraiment un beau combat entre les 3 bateaux. Et ça a changé. Un coup c'était Malizia, un coup c'était Holcim, un coup c'était nous. Finalement, c'est Malizia qui a gagné. Un peu déçu aussi pour Holcim parce que ils avaient le lead de 80% du temps et ils se retrouvent 3e. Donc, voilà, à bord, on a passé un super moment. C'était 12 jours top et on était vraiment au taquet sur le bateau et on a tout donné jusqu'au bout. Et voilà, on finit 2e. Mais on est content. C'était un beau tour.
Excellent, bon, félicitations et bienvenue à Genova.
Merci.
Biotherm finished and into the dock. Team Holcim-PRB behind them, and now Viva Mexico as well. This boat is not sailing that fast in the light winds. They've got their engine on because they are across the finish line. Their head sail is furled. Viva Mexico, our 3rd Vo65 into the grand finale. D, back in 1973, the ocean race, the trophy, the award, the first prize overall going to Mexico on Seula 2 for Eric Brockman and this team. This group of sailors and this team, the force behind it's been running for a number of years. They've wanted to have little moments like this where they can fly the Mexican flag around the world and say, you know, this is a nation that has been at the top of sailing and will be again.
Well, I think they've just done a great job at reminding everybody how successful they were back in the first race of the ocean race with a Mexican win. So fair play to them. You know, they've struggled. They've always been a back runner, and to this leg, they've been in with everyone. We can hear from on board.
Very slow last 24 hours. It seemed like we didn't want it to finish, so we were just kept sailing out there. But now I think in the end, an amazing leg for Viva Mexico. I think we sailed really, really well. Of course, we were in second for the last, I think, 300 miles up to 30 miles from here, where the wind absolutely shut down. But I mean, we know this sport, and we're happy with a podium finish, and happy to be in Genoa. It's just an amazing feeling. Everything is good.
Eric Brockman, the skipper of Wind Whisper Racing Team. And it's that same thing, isn't it, Dee? It's that same thing. Great performance, great finish. This is their best result by far. But there's still always that little moment where you think, yeah, it could have been even better. You know, we were leading, you know, we had a little bit more. You know, it's that competitive drive.
That's right. I mean, he summed it up there. Well, yeah, we were in second, and when we lost out when it shut down. So the frustration there, but delighted. And I think Marie Roux, on her interview, did a really good job at summarising how it is. You know, the race, the whole leg has been a really tight competition. And as competitors, they love that pressure and that, you know, fighting for every 0.1 of a knot and every decimal place of a mile to get in front, and the place changes that they've had. So she said, you know, we've all won. It's all been really good. We're happy with the second. Well done to Malizia, but Holcim will be disappointed because they led for so long and they've just ended up the other end. So there was a real acknowledgement to how intense the battle's been, how difficult the leg's been and how well they've all sailed to have that kind of performance.
And it's been light airs, and it's been sort of cruel, and it's been slow going watching these boats approach the finish line. And I know that there are those sailors who prefer it to be downwind with waves. I think probably you are one of them. You know, you kind of seem like you were kind of born out there in the Southern Ocean, and you just search for the biggest waves. But there are also those sailors that like this kind of racing, that like it when it is that game of patience, narrow focus, and small adjustments.
And it's harder to sail in those conditions. The focus is harder, it goes on for longer, the intensity's there, and it's normally accompanied by quite hot conditions, which is quite hard and unbearable, and you can't hide from the sun. There's nowhere to hide, and it's hot and sticky. But it's the fractions of the gains that make the massive difference. And so that's why it's so rewarding when you go through that battle. And it's a mental battle, a physical battle, and that nurturing along inch by inch. And it is a real skill, and some people are much better at it than others.
It's a skill that I think a lot of people learn in the dinghy racing and in things like the Solitaire de Figaro. One of those sailors, Alan Roberts, was out on Biotherm.
Nice to have something cold after these hot days out in the Mediterranean Ocean.
It's just nice to have a beer. I mean, the race is so intense, and for us, we haven't really had a chance to relax because we broke the shroud and on the transatlantic legs. We only had 4 days in the Hague, and cold beer and warm weather is bellissimo.
Well, welcome to Genoa. Congratulations, second place. It was a tough competition out there, no? A tough leg?
Yeah, it was super tough. I mean, it was from the start, it was light winds the whole way. We were all really close in AIS range of each other the whole time, and lots of compressions, extensions, and we always thought that it could play out in the last 50 miles, and it delivered the goods there. I mean, it was as frustrating as it is for us as sailors, and I'm sure Holcim are really feeling the pain, but they sailed an amazing race, and this morning we made a decision to roll at the coast, and so did Malizia, and they did a slightly better job than us. So well done to them. But we're happy. We sailed well, and it's the newest boat in the race. It's made it around the world, finished every leg. So we're chuffed.
Yeah. Congratulations. Few words in French for a French audience. Ah oui, pourquoi pas.
Qu'est-ce que tu veux que je dise? C'était une super étape là, pas beaucoup de vent, mer plate. C'était vraiment, comme on dit en anglais, champagne sailing, et on était en contact tous les parcours. On est passé pas mal de temps pour le deuxième, on finit deuxième, donc c'est peut-être juste pour nous. On change pas des places aussi, mais c'est un peu dur pour eux là à la fin. On savait toujours que ça peut tout jouer là les dernières 50 000 et voilà, c'était comme ça. Nous, on est joué notre jeu, on est allé à la côte, ça a bien marché, mais ils ont fait ça un petit peu plus mieux que nous, et les ADG étaient un petit peu plus en avance. Et voilà, on finit deuxième, on est très contente. Le bateau est là, bateau neuf, il est fait un tour du monde et demi. Et ouais, l'équipe, tout le monde est super.
Vous avez utilisé beaucoup la Genoa pour arriver à Genoa? Vous avez utilisé beaucoup your Genoa to arrive in Genova?
Ah oui, c'est vrai, on est pas mal utilisé le Genoa. Même là, juste à la fin, exprès.
Bon, félicitations et bienvenue.
Muchas gracias, obrigado.
British sailor Alan Roberts from Biotherm, speaking in a variety of different languages there, showing off not only his sailing skill but his linguistical know-how. Team Holcim-PRB and Viva Mexico coming in next. Alan mentioned, they finished every leg on Biotherm. They lost their shroud at one point. That was very close to cascading into a dismasting, and that would have put them out. And you think back to Viva Mexico, who have crossed the line in third place in the Vo65 final stage. I mean, they ripped their mainsail clean in two coming out of the Strait of Gibraltar. Maybe the sail that they were using had a bit more miles on it compared to everybody else. But again, another team that had every reason to say, okay, we're hanging this one up. We're not going to continue, but they found a way.
Well, sometimes giving up is the easy option because it's easier than working hard to make it work. And yes, you can see the branding on their sails. Many people will recognise it from the last edition, being the Scallywag branding. So you can see that, you know, they're not as well funded as Wind Whisper that came in 100 miles ahead of everybody with brand new sails. They're using old sails that have a lot of mileage, but they're still making it work, and they found a way to get better and learn how to sail their boat and be competitive. They just didn't give up, and it's come to fruition now at the end of this leg, which is just fabulous for them.
A third place finish for Viva Mexico. A third place finish for Team Holcim-PRB. Meanwhile, on the dock, Mariana Labateau from Biotherm is with Natasha.
Was it a really difficult leg? What was the most difficult part, and what was the part you enjoyed the most?
Yeah, it was so hard this leg, because we had a lot of transitions, no wind, and then seeing the others getting some speed on the tracker, and yeah, it was a good challenge, but in the end we were second, and it was awesome for our team.
And what part did you enjoy the most in this leg?
It's hard to say because it was so intense. Maybe when we see we are first, we are leading, it was a good moment, of course, but yeah.
And in Portuguese, you want to give a little resume of what it's been like to arrive here in Genoa today?
Sim, em português, claro. Chegar em Génova, claro que é ótimo. Depois de 12 dias de regata, estar a fazer a regata tão próximo uns dos outros, com condições muito difíceis de ventos, em que estamos completamente parados e vemos ao lado do outro para navegar e conseguir andar mais do que nós, mas faz parte da regata e claro que é sempre bom ver que também estamos a evoluir como equipa, e chegar ao fim num segundo lugar é ótimo.
Super. Thank you.
And there is the crew of Biotherm in the water, following the lead that we saw from the sailors on board Team Malizia. It's lucky, isn't it, Dee, that we're finishing somewhere like Genova in Italy at this time of year, rather than pulling into, I don't know, the Falkland Islands in the winter. You know, thank God that the water's so welcoming.
Well, and they are Biotherm, and their subtitle is Water Lovers, so we are seeing them as water lovers there. I think it's just been such a hot day. I mean, you were saying earlier that the race village there was quite hot and sticky. It was warm, not a lot of breeze. Well, they've just sailed in those conditions for days, so I think everyone's enjoying the refreshing dip in the med there as they're waiting for the next boats to come in and clap them on the back.
And hopefully for Team Holcim-PRB, a little bit of a chance to jump in the water and, you know, just feel like they can take a moment to go, you know what, this final leg, there was a lot riding on it, of course the points and of course the trophy and of course kind of going out on top, but a team that really has come through an awful lot and put down so much of a marker for everybody else to follow. They have set the pace for everybody else, and I think when they get into the pontoon, I'm hoping it's a little bit of solace that they're going to come in. And all the other teams, yes, okay, they finished ahead of you, but there are a lot of your friends there to welcome you in, your fellow competitors to say, you know, well done, you put some pressure on us. Is that a good thing? Or actually, when you come in, do you just rather kind of see an empty pontoon?
No, it makes a massive difference. It's a reminder that actually it's not that far apart, time-wise and distance-wise, of when you finished, that they're actually still there. It's not like they've gone to bed and they've got up especially to meet you in, you know, which is a bit of a rubbing salt in the wound. But also, as we've heard from them all in their interviews, how intense the racing was, how difficult it was, how they were all on top of each other and within sight of each other the whole way. Like for 12 days, that is exhausting. And so everyone's worked really hard, and those other teams are going to pat them on the back, give them a hug and go, oh my God, how hard was that? You made our life so difficult. But we got lucky. And I think that is the bit that they need to hear from their peers.
Nobody managed to stretch. I mean, Team Holcim-PRB being in the lead for the majority leg didn't manage to stretch more than 20, maybe 25 miles in the lead. When you talk about an intensity, that is one small sail change or not taking a shift that you needed to, and suddenly those 25 miles can go. And in fact, there was one point actually where we were in the office and one of the press releases went out, and I was with the person who just wrote it, and they had written that they had got a 20-mile lead, but it wasn't, not very much, a very short 20-mile lead. Amazingly, that person got a text message from Benjamin Schwartz on board Team Holcim-PRB, who had read the press release and seemed to sort of say something along the lines of, if you think that a 20-mile lead at this stage in the race with this intensity is nothing, then you might want to think again. I mean, said it a little bit nicer than that, I should point out. But it really was something where they were nip and tuck for 10, 11, 12 days of racing. I mean, they should have been finished a couple of days ago. They've been through an awful lot, win, lose or draw.
Yeah, exhausted, elated, frustrated, all of those emotions, almost in those conditions where they've been in this melting pot of intense heat and light winds, almost exaggerated. But this arriving all together within a couple of hours of each other, all on the same day, they can all celebrate together, which makes a big difference, and it will bond them all closer. So they've just finished a lap of the planet that's quite special, and it's bonded them all as people that have gone through this experience together. This lap will always be theirs, that they will have done together, and that will keep them in a friendship that will last way beyond their sailing careers.
These moments are so important for as sailors and as competitors. You complete this journey all the way around the world. It's really quite massive. It's almost quite nice as well to have those Vo65s finishing at the same time as the Imocas. Some new sailors coming in, majoritively in the Vo65s, and of course they're going to be shortly. They're going to be on the shore where the prizes are being handed out. And for those sailors completing this journey, they are there, stepping up onto the stage and celebrating all those miles completed and that hard work done.
Probably I'm really proud of us because we done from the team, from the it was not easy, and I think everyone on the team every night. And now we know that why we did that, because we achieved that, and we didn't realize it actually, but I think we did a really great job.
È un team francese, un team meraviglioso, fatto di ragazzi e ragazze che hanno scalato l'Everest della vela.
Alright, I know it's off, but are we ready out there, Genova? Are we ready? Come on, are we ready? From The Hague to Genova, leg number 7, it's our runners-up, Biotherm! And we'll come in for a quick chat. Paul, wow, did you go for a swim?
Yes, with all the team. It was not, organized, but we knew that it will happen. But yes, the weather is pretty good, pretty nice. And after all these 2 weeks, we are on the water and you're just looking at the water, but you can't swim, and it was really great.
Well, Paul, you've just sailed around the world, and for the team, a great result, second place here. It must be a great way to finish the race.
Yes, it's sure that it's a big achievement. You can't imagine how it's need commitment to do this race. I think everyone on the boat, but also on the short team, work night and day for 120%. And now I think we're really proud because we know why we work so hard to do that, and that's really great.
Well, it's been a great finish. Paul Mayer, skipper of Biotherm.
Grazie a Paul Meyer, lo skipper Biotherm. Si merita un grande tributo, un grande applauso. Ils se sont jetés tous à l'eau, comme vous le voyez. Ils sont tous mouillés sur scène. C'est l'équipe Biotherm. Invito sul palco per il premio del secondo posto della tappa dall'Aia a Genova l'assessore sport e turismo del comune di Genova. Benvenuta Alessandra Bianchi, ormai una abituée di questo palco. E vai!
And here we go. As they get handed the award. Runners up in leg 7 here into Genova, the grand finale. Biotherm!
Mentre tirano sulla bandiera, se lo meritano per Genova, sulle mani per il team Biotherm! Champagne, ma sì, è casa loro, è un team francese, hanno anche il loro stand sotto il tendone della Ocean Park. Vai, Alessi, sono queste cucchiaie, il fuoco la battuta, il fuoco, occhio alle fine perché vi bagniamo, non è una minaccia, è un complimento, vai.
Come on team!
Vai, tu sul serio,
Come on!
Ragazzi, l'esperienza champagne vera e propria questa, si beve, si diverte, si festeggia, questa è Genova, questa è l'Ocean Race. E che skipper, che squadra, che giro del mondo. Meraviglioso. We had a great race. We had a great day in Genoa.
Oh, that battle was absolute. This whole leg has been an incredible battle from start to finish, but this team in the last 24 hours has done an exceptional job. So let's give it up for them one more time. Biotherm!
Con le mani a tempo, dammelo, vai, sul volume, hey, vai,
Congratulations team, congratulations. What a leg, what a race.
Ils sont pas fatigués, il faut dire, ils sont pas fatigués, mais ils vont nager jusqu'à... Merci les gars, c'était super de vous avoir ici. Assessore Bianchi, ci siamo bagnati questa volta, ormai siamo diventati esperti.
Ormai le faccio tutte.
Ce ne abbiamo ancora 2 in arrivo, vi aspettiamo qui fra poco. Viva Mexico!
Biotherm stepping off the stage now with the prizes handed out, and of course, well, a little bit after they had their dip in the water and washing off all the salt, now they've got a lot of champagne to wash off, but that is the nature of being there on the podium with the champagne bottles. Meanwhile, behind them out in the water and a long way behind, Austrian Ocean Racing, powered by Team Genova, is continuing to make their way up the coast. On the right hand side of your screen, Mir-Puri Trifort Racing Team, the boat that had lost so much, staying offshore on the approach here to Genova, as everyone else exploited the thermal breeze, is even further back. Now, looking at the distance left to run for these two boats, we estimate that it's going to be somewhere in the region of about 2 hours, 3, perhaps even 4, if the speeds slow down before we're going to get these two boats coming across this finish line. At the moment, neither of them are laying the finish. The angle to the breeze is taking them away, well, not away from the finish, but away from the rum line. So that's adding a few more miles into the mix as well. Right now, Mir-Puri Trifort Racing Team performing pretty well. 6 knots of boat speed. That's just about the fastest that we have seen so far today. Austrian Ocean Racing, powered by Team Genova, much slower. Could be that the thermal breeze is starting to really soften off in that position. So for these two teams, they have got an awfully long way left to go, and we are going to have to see exactly how long everything takes. On the shore, we have already seen Team Malizia pick up the prize for the leg win, leg 7 of this final leg here for the ocean race. And of course, we have had Biotherm as well in 2nd place on this final leg. Team Holcim-PRB, 3rd place across the finish line. They haven't yet made it into the pontoons, but they will do shortly, and we are going to be with them as they get their awards. Viva Mexico making their way in. 3rd place in the Ocean Race Vo65 Sprint final stage, and Team Holcim-PRB 3rd place in leg 7 of the Ocean Race. These two teams making their way in and making their way onto the stage, and we're going to stay with them as they do it.
great.
Yeah. Hi, Ben.
Hi.
Welcome to Genova. Bienvenuto
Thank you.
a Genoa.
Thank you.
Tricky place to get to, isn't it?
Well,
Always.
we knew it, and it happened, of course. Yeah, it was tricky as we expected. We tried to push as much as we could before that to try to extend and have a bit of margin, but each time they were coming back, and we tried to push and push and push, and every day it was the same day, you know. In the morning they were with us, in the evening we're 15 miles ahead, and the next morning ahead, the same. But last night it happened what happened, and it was hard to match, and Biotherm and Malizia. At some point they got a bit of wind inshore that we couldn't get, and here we are in third place. So a bit of bitter taste after leading the race, quite in a strong position for 12 days and losing it the last night. But it's racing, and Malizia make a beautiful winner, and congratulations to them.
You're hungry for more? You want to come back? I mean, it's hard to lead this leg, lead the race for so long and not be able to put your hand on that trophy, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Well, it's part of racing. I mean, you have to be prepared to lose. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. So I'd say it's part of the game. We want to win. We are really close to win. I think we led the race for maybe 98% of the time. Here we are in third place, but I mean, we are happy with what we've done, and we missed it last night. But well, let's enjoy it now.
Yeah, c'est la vie. Congratulations, and welcome to Genoa. A few words in French for our French audiences. What was the most difficult part of this last leg?
Je pense que le plus difficile, ça a été de voir revenir nos concurrents jour après jour. À chaque fois, on recreusait, on faisait des gros efforts en termes de sollicitation de l'équipage, du bateau et de stratégie. On ne s'est pas économisé sur les manœuvres pour creuser chaque fois qu'on pouvait. On les voyait revenir à chaque fois. Donc c'est vrai que c'était usant à force, et on voulait absolument avoir autant d'avance possible en arrivant à Gênes, parce qu'on savait qu'il pouvait arriver ce qui s'est passé cette nuit. Malheureusement, on n'a pas réussi à contrôler la flotte suffisamment cette nuit. Ils étaient un peu plus à terre que nous. On ne pensait pas qu'il y aurait la petite brise qu'ils ont eue. Quand ils ont commencé à la toucher, c'était impossible pour nous de retourner à terre, et on les a vus partir. Et derrière, on a regardé le reste de la course de manière assez impuissante. Et voilà, après, on a été leader de cette course pendant 12 jours d'une manière plutôt confortable. Donc on est content de ça. Et quand on fait de la course au large, des fois on gagne, des fois on perd. Il faut être prêt à perdre, et on est content de ce qu'on a fait. Voilà.
Bien sûr, félicitations, bienvenue, profite bien.
Ouais, on va profiter maintenant.
Et on se voit à la Import Race, hein? C'était pas fini, hein?
Oui, on a l'Import le 1er juillet. Et voilà, non, ça va être chouette.
Enjoy some pasta. Ciao.
This was the first time that
Yeah, oui.
Annie Miekbes, getting more microphones on you. Yeah, of course. We want to hear your words on how frustrating it must be to lead the race and be parked up here in front of Genoa, seeing your competitors sail away. What was the part that you enjoyed the most? Tell us that first, maybe.
Until last night, it was perfect. Yeah, we had such a nice leg. You know, we hugged almost every coast, and we're in the lead for almost 99% of the race. And then last night we parked and saw the other boats just getting a gust, and we couldn't make that one. And that was very devastating. And yeah, that's life. It's sports. Yeah,
part of the sport. I mean, Genoa is a hard place to get to in the Mediterranean. I mean, it's played like this before in other finishes of the ocean race. But what is your best souvenir of this leg?
Many. Luckily, I love to sail the boat. It was we have such a great team as well on the boat as the shore team. It's such a tight group. You see them here all in the water. So it's epic, and that makes me really proud to be part of it. And we will be back, and we will win.
Excellent. We look forward to Team Holcim-PRB back at the ocean race and to see you at the bow there battling it out. A few words in Dutch for viewers back home. What would you like to tell them?
Ja, nou, bedankt allemaal voor het kijken en het volgen en alle toffe berichten met aanmoedigingen. Ja, helaas hebben we deze leg niet kunnen winnen. Hadden we graag gewild, maar het is niet anders. We zijn blij om hier te zijn en ik ga denk ik nu het water inspringen. I jump into the water.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, without the mics, but go. Enjoy yourself in Genoa. Ciao. get to do your interview all wet, huh?
Yeah, nice. It was better like that. It was hot, huh? It was very hot.
I bet it was a very hot leg. Yeah, difficult one, huh? Frustrating?
Sorry?
Frustrated?
Frustrated. Of course a little, but it's sailing. We knew it was going to be hard coming into this bay. It was going to be hard managing, being ahead, trying to stay in between the finish and our competitors, and then managing two competitors. And last time we came in here 2 years ago, it was the same scenario. We came in third into the bay and won it, just like Malizia did. And when you're third, you just sail your race. You can't manage the others, and sometimes that's the way to go. But they sailed beautifully. I think they were better than us in this last 24 hours, and that was it.
Yeah, it was just, at some point, did you think you were going to follow them up to the shore, or you tried, but you just couldn't get that close to shore?
We tried. When we saw them get some wind, we accelerated towards the shore as much as we could because it was light. And the wind shut down, and then we saw the guys behind us go get the wind as well, go around and past us at 9 knots, maybe a mile in front of us. And as soon as they came by, the wind reversed and we got it the other way. We couldn't even reach them. So
a typical scenario here in the Mediterranean, huh?
Why finish a race here?
But come on, we love it. I mean, Genoa, gonna eat some pasta and enjoy it. It's
fantastic. The end of the race, they're gonna enjoy it, and it was an intense race, and I think they sailed well through everything, through all the hard times that they've had with the dismasting and stuff. And, I only joined them in the end. And for me, it was just pleasure, and I think I learned a lot from my own IMOCA sailing. And I think that's the one thing to remember is that all four of us had not really done any IMOCA with foils before. So I think we showed some real good pace, and we learned a lot, and that was great. Great crew. Huh? We're ready for the next one.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to having you back again. A few words in French for the... giving a hand. A few words in French to our French audiences about the finish here in Genova aujourd'hui.
Ouais, donc le finish était tendu. Là, on s'est battu les dernières 24 heures le long de la côte française en arrivant jusque-là. Ça s'est joué dans une grosse risée ce matin à la côte que Malizia a mieux pris que nous. On n'a jamais eu accès à cette risée. Elle est passée 1 kilomètre devant nous. Et on est resté planté sur place. Et voilà, c'était la fin. On savait que c'était très chaud. C'est hyper dur à gérer comme scénario d'arriver en tête dans cette zone-là, dans la baie de Genoa. Voilà, bon, écoute, un peu déçu, mais on savait que ça pouvait se finir comme ça.
Ouais, c'est parti de...
Et le reste était bien, 99% de la course était bien. Oui,
bien sûr, félicitations. Et profite bien.
Merci.
Going back in the water? So we're not doing any more?
Quite the scenes on the dock for Team Holcim-PRB and the crew and everybody else joining in as well with the celebrations. And I know she was holding a battery pack, but I'm almost surprised that nobody got Natasha in the water. Still time yet if anybody's listening. But the results from this final leg with our 3 racing IMOCAs have finished, and now we can have a look at the confirmed times. Team Malizia taking the lead, 11 days they spent on the water. Biotherm, 1 hour and 36 minutes behind, and then Team Holcim-PRB. And you heard from Johan Richomme, unable to find the breeze that Team Malizia managed to exploit close to the coast and work their way into first place. So first, second and third all confirmed on the water. Of course, with Guyot Environment, Team Europe and 11th Hour Racing Team both unable to race on this final leg. So what does that do for the overall standings? Well, we have completed a lot of legs here and we have had a lot of points. At one point, it was all about Team Holcim-PRB with their incredibly strong opening performance in the first 3 legs of this edition of the Ocean Race. 11th Hour Racing Team needed to step up and needed to try and gain a foothold, and they did just that. But it is not completely over yet. Here, after 7 legs completed, Team Holcim-PRB are back at the top of the overall scoreboard by 1 point, but we still have a redress that is going to be heard in a couple of days, and that could be crucial. Well, an incredible day, an incredible moment, and a conclusion to the final miles that we have seen in both the Vo65 Sprint and this edition of the Ocean Race. Today, Team Guyot, our second boat in the Vo65 class on this final stage, crossed the line, and then behind them, Team Malizia coming through in what was to be some of the best breeze that we would see throughout the day. Boris Herrmann taking the win in this final leg of the Ocean Race, exploiting a shrewd bit of breeze waiting for them that Nico Lunven managed to find close to the coast, and then the miles kept going their way, and Rosalind Kuiper and Will Harris on board for that moment as celebrations here in Genova as they made their way to the stage, and a victory that seemed early on in this final leg to be a little bit outside of their reach. But Team Malizia at that final moment managing to find their way around the rest of the teams. Behind, the battle for second place was very tight indeed. Indeed, there were moments where it looked like Paul Meyer and the crew of Biotherm were not going to be able to close down the distance between them and the finish before Team Holcim-PRB closed down the distance as well. But in the end, Biotherm managed to take second place here in Genova, crossing the finish line, taking their second in the overall scores. For Paul Meyer, Marie Rioux, Mariana Labateau, and for Alan Roberts, a great moment and a strong performance. Even if at times they were leading on this leg, this result means so much to those sailors. For Team Holcim-PRB, they had to drift across the line as the wind continued to fade away. Johan Richomme, Benjamin Schwartz, and the rest of the team being doused with champagne and then in the water washing off the bad vibes from what was a disappointing finish into an otherwise incredibly intense finish. In the Vo65s, Viva Mexico was our next boat to cross the finish line, taking third place on the final stage of the Vo65 Sprint Cup. Their best performance so far that we have seen in this edition. Strong performances all round, two boats still out on the water, but an incredible day here in the grand finale in Genova.
Celebrations here on the dock. Viva Mexico! Third place, happy team. Eric, venga, entrevista, vamos. Estamos live. Hey, muy bien. ¿Y tú?
Bien, bien.
Congratulations. Wow. What a great, how do you feel? I mean, what a great, you're on the podium. Are you happy, man?
Yeah, well, definitely being on the podium was a dream for us in this leg after 12 days. We were amazed to be fighting so hard in second place. Today was a tough day, of course. It's a bittersweet at some point, but in the end you realize where you are. Last leg of the Ocean Race, podium finish for Viva Mexico. This is what we do this for, basically. Very, very couldn't be happier. The team was amazing. And yeah, happy to be in Genoa.
But it was a struggle, no? You had issues with the sail, I believe, and it was what was it that got you to cross the finish line in third? What was the magic that you had there at the end?
I think we were, as you say, we had issues in the Hague with a sail. We got the sail the morning of the race. Finally, we were able to race, and it was amazing. The one thing I told the crew that we needed is let's be ready that when we enter Gibraltar, we're in touch with the fleet, and then we can push in the Mediterranean. And we were within 200 meters with the second and third place, and then I think we did the best race out of everyone in the Mediterranean up to 30 miles from now, but it was amazing. I mean, the crew just performed amazingly. I couldn't be more proud of everyone here.
Yeah, proud skipper. A few words en español para los televidentes, por supuesto, en casa. ¿Cómo te sientes hoy?
Bien, demasiado feliz. Estos son los días que sueñas, terminar en el podio en una regata de la Ocean Race. Y bueno, aquí está con mi familia, que ya los extrañaba mucho. Y bueno, finalmente regresó México a la Ocean Race después de 50 años de que ganó el Sayula, y esperemos que pronto esté alguien más y celebremos más podios de Viva México en la Ocean Race.
Bueno, entonces los volveremos a ver aquí, ¿ah?
Seguro que no tardarán más de otra vez 50 años, en menos tiempo seguramente.
Excelente, bueno, que disfruten mucho. Bienvenuto a Genova.
Gracias, muchas gracias y saludos a toda Italia.
pasó? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Estás cansadito? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? Me tocaste así. ¿Cómo estás?
Gonzalo Infante.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenas. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Gonzalo, bienvenido a Genoa. Yeah, congratulations. A great win for the team Viva Mexico today here at Podium.
Yeah, we are extremely happy with the evolution of the team. We haven't sailed much before, so together. So it's been a learning experience for all of us. And yeah, the previous leg we had some issues with some sails, but this one we were ready, and I think we managed every aspect of the race pretty well as a team. And yeah, we could not ask for more. A third is like a win for us.
Yeah, and it's been non-stop. I mean, I can see you still even have the light on your headlamp. No time for not much, huh? Really busy.
Really busy. It's been 12 days, yeah, non-stop. Always working, always thinking on what to do to perform a little bit better, to go faster, finding new paths to catch up the boats in front. So quite intense but fun. Also a lot of fun.
So with a longer ocean race, you think you could, with more time, you could enjoy more and perform better, you think? You're just warming up.
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's a matter of practice and training, and we love being in the ocean, and yeah, it's fantastic.
Well, welcome to Genoa. Bienvenido. Unas palabras en español para los televidentes. ¿Qué mensajes quieren mandar a casa hoy?
Pues a casa me gustaría mandar el mensaje de bueno, este ha sido un equipo que se ha formado sin grandes recursos, pero con muchísima ilusión y motivación, y bueno, a veces con esos factores se puede hacer muy bien, y creo que nosotros pues lo hemos conseguido. Estamos muy contentos con el resultado, y bueno, no podíamos soñar con hacer un tercero cuando estábamos en La Haya, y aquí estamos, o sea que todo es posible.
Claro, felicidades, que disfruten mucho de este podium win, y bueno, bienvenidos a Genoa.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, hasta luego.
Chao. Juan Varela, welcome to Genova. What an exciting finish for your team.
Thank you. We're excited to be here and glad to finally make it to Genoa after all those light wind hours before arriving.
Yeah, it was a longer leg than you expected and more difficult than you expected?
Yes, it was longer than we expected, and that made it a little bit more difficult, but just being patient, and we're here finally.
And how are you going to celebrate this win?
Well, we're going to party like we do always, and now with another reason to celebrate more today.
Yeah, with that podium win, huh?
Exactly.
And unas palabras en español para los televidentes en casa. ¿Qué mensaje quieres mandarles?
Pues nada, gracias a todos por todo su apoyo, por seguirnos y vamos por más para seguir con México alto en la vela.
Perfecto, así que van a volver a la próxima.
Ya veremos, seguro que sí.
Excelente, bueno, que disfruten mucho, felicidades.
Gracias. Sí, yo creo que sí.
Celebrations on the pontoon on the shore in Genova. 2 more boats still to finish, both of them in the Vo65 class. Austrian Ocean Racing, powered by Team Genova, to the right-hand side of the screen. Mir-Puri, Trifork Racing Team, having to do those extra manoeuvres. They have been in the more fickle breeze, and right now their speed is really down. It's going to be a while before these 2 boats get into the same breeze that we have seen here by the finish line, and unfortunately for them, the wind here is not any better than the one that they are fighting their way through, but it might be from a slightly more helpful direction, certainly for Austrian Ocean Racing, powered by Team Genova. But for that, we will have to see. So 2 teams still making their way down at the moment. In 4th place, the Austrian boat, and then in 5th, Mir-Puri Trifork Racing Team. And as you can see by the small blue trail behind that boat, they've already done quite a few manoeuvres on the way down here. Dee, you know, you're on your boat, you're in a little bit of a bubble, you're sort of separate from everyone, but at the same time, you are aware that people have finished. You are aware that they are already enjoying the food ashore and enjoying the fact that they've handed the boat over to the shore team. It kind of makes those final miles feel a bit longer.
It does, and you can't help but think that the other teams that have finished are now drinking cold drinks, they're eating fresh food, there's potentially, you know, swimming or champagne showers, all these things that we've seen the enjoyment of the teams that have arrived go through. And you can't help it as a sailor, still battling the fierce heat, the fickle winds, to try and get to that finish line, that's going on while you're still out there. And you're thinking, will they still be there when we get there? Will anybody know that we finished? And you kind of need to park that imagination and that back of your mind, because you need to keep going at the job at hand. And they've still got a battle on. Anything can happen, as we've seen in these light, fickle winds off Genoa.
This is the Legends race that's been out there on the water. So this is one of the Vo70s flying, I think, the old Mafre mainsail. I'm not sure that it was the old Mafre boat. There's a 3 of our Vo70s out there moored alongside each other in the Ocean Life Park. It's quite incredible when you come down here and you can come and see the brand new with the IMOCAs and their foils sticking out and all the latest technology. You can see the sort of standard boats that we've seen with the Vo65, certainly what we've seen in the last 2 editions of the Ocean Race, and then what is now becoming the old with the Vo70, and then the very old and the wild designs that we seen in the Whitbread era of the Ocean Race, and how everything has changed. But for the Legends Regatta, along with what we're seeing with our Vo65s and our IMOCAs coming into the finish line, it is very light breeze. I thought it was interesting, Dee, that Johan Richomme at one point on the dock said, why would you finish a regatta here? A little bit tongue-in-cheek. even all the way back in January, and talking to some of the navigators and trying to get their thoughts as to the tricky spots around the racetrack, and expecting a lot of people to say, oh, you know, round Cape Horn or crossing the doldrums, or, you know, those iconic moments. A lot of people were saying, here, Genova, this is going to be really hard.
Every time, and they alluded to it. Of many of them interviewed said, we knew that this leg was going to come down to the final 50 miles, which is exactly what we saw when they came out, the Mistral, the decent breeze. Then last night the wind shut down, and this final battle to get to that finish line has been totally where this leg has been decided for both classes, well, apart from Wind Whisper that came in 100 miles ahead. But the Mediterranean is so difficult, whether you start the race or you finish the race within the Mediterranean. It just has its own rules, and if you're not used to the weather there, or you're not used to dealing with the shifts and the shadows and how the forecast works in this region, because the forecast is one thing, but how to interpret that within the boundary of the Mediterranean is so different. And at this time of the year, the heat has a big effect, the topography has a massive impact, and that takes a real special skill. So they all knew it was going to be tough. This has come as no surprise, but it still doesn't make it less frustrating.
And how much work would you know, if you were here, if you were skippering another team, you had a navigator, how much work would you assume or require them to do ahead of this leg, this race? You know, how much homework?
Well, ahead of the whole race, you knew it was starting in the Med, you knew it was finishing in the Med, so you would literally do all the homework for that time of year of departure and for that time of year of arrival. You don't need to know the specific date, you just need to look at what the trends are, and you get a Mediterranean expert in, you work at it, you get that support. I mean, I did the Barcelona World Race, and we left from Barcelona, arrived into Barcelona, and that was one of the most stressful bits of the whole race, the start and finish. And we, in practice, we went in and out of the Gibraltar Straits, I think a total of 8 times before we went on the race itself. So I was really happy with the topography, the geography, my orientation within that part of the Mediterranean, so I just got used to the familiar sights and feelings of what the wind does, and the traffic as well, because it's such an exceptional area to sail that it really, you know, if you're not used to it, it's a bit scary.
It's amazing to hear you say that, because of course in dinghy racing as well, there's always that thing of you need to go outside the harbour, you need to go outside into the further reaches of the bay, just to feel what it's going to be like when you're here racing for the nationals, the worlds, the Europeans. And funny to think that you guys are needing to do that as well in terms of the oceans of the world. Might not be able to decipher all the twists and turns that it's going to deliver, but get out there so it feels a little bit more familiar, it feels a little bit more comforting. For all of these teams, the experience that they've gained, obviously they're going to be able to use next time around, because this is it now. This is the miles done. This is the offshore section of the Vo65 Sprint and the ocean race completed. We have seen many teams taking up to the stage, celebrating already. It's going to shortly be the turn of Viva Mexico, our third place finish in this third stage of the Vo65 Sprint. And then we will see Team Holcim-PRB up onto the stage for third place in leg 7 of the ocean race. And for both of those teams, one of them incredibly happy overall about their best result. But for both of these teams, it could have been so much more. Viva Mexico, at times, in the lead. But they're certainly happy about it. For Team Holcim-PRB, a little bit more of a bitter pill to swallow. And we saw this team in the water. And I think when I say this team, the whole team, I don't think there was anybody wearing a blue T-shirt that didn't jump in. I wonder how much it meant to the sailors to be welcomed with that level of enthusiasm by their shore team, and know that, come what may, the shore team are still proud, still happy. You know, those little moments matter.
Definitely, and I think it's that commitment that they're 100% committed to each other. You've done the hard work, we're still in this with you, we've got one more day on the water to go with the import race. You know, we did this together, let's celebrate. And actually it's like herding cats now, because they've arrived, there's so many people there, loved ones, friends, family, other team members, and the celebrations going on. They've all been swimming, and actually I just saw Marine desperately trying to get the team together so they can go and do this prize giving, because they're all waiting for the team to be ready to go on stage, and it is quite hard to coordinate the people once they kind of get ashore. They have a little bit of a bungee on them and they just kind of let loose a little.
Yeah, well, they all, well, most of them anyway, together now. The stage is just in front, and they're about to make their way up. They've got Viva Mexico out there as well. The company that Viva Mexico gave them on the water in that final 24 hours, of course, not a boat that they're really racing against, but you try telling that to any sailor that's out in the water, that the boat next to them doesn't need to be one that they need to beat. Ultimately, you want to be the fastest craft out there in the breeze that you can. So, Team Holcim-PRB, together as a team, ready to get themselves up on the stage. Viva Mexico with there as well. And for Benjamin Schwartz and the crew of Team Holcim-PRB, this result, this moment, it's not the end of their journey. We still have those import races to go, and the score's still provisional at the moment. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer to find out who is going to be lifting the overall Ocean Race Trophy. But for right now, celebrations for Team Holcim-PRB, and about to be up on the stage.
But this team, they've sailed the whole way around the world. Third place here into Genova. Let's make some noise for Team Holcim-PRB.
Terzo posto per la tappa dall'Aia a Genova e il team Holcim-PRB. A premiare il terzo posto di K, ma chi se non lei, assessore allo sport e turismo, Alessandro Bianchi, te lo meriti anche tu un premio, vai!
Third place, leg number 7, Team Holcim-PRB.
Occhio perché li celebriamo così, al nostro modo, per il team Holcim-PRB. Team Holcim-PRB con lo champagne, occhio, si parte, state per schizzare.
Benjamin Schwartz, skipper, here he goes.
Io ho l'impressione, Jesse, che i festeggiamenti non finiscono qua sul palco, continuano molto a lungo stasera, domani ai giorni a venire.
Enjoying the last few drops of the champagne. Congratulations, Team Holcim-PRB, third place from The Hague to Genova.
The Australian Soil Fear to Team Holcim-PRB. Thanks to the guys.
I think you want to join Viva Mexico for their celebrations as well. And we'll make sure that we block the backstage off for this one. All right, that was great.
Oh yeah! Viva Mexico!
La sierra morena, cielito lindo, vienen bajando un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo.
E la terza e ultima tappa che D'Italia li ha portati a Genova nella categoria Vo65, il team Viva Mexico! A premiarli per questo grande risultato di tappa, la conoscete forse, assessore sport e turismo Alessandro Bianchi, vieni con noi, eccolo il premio, il vessillo della Ocean Race che ricorda un grande risultato per il team Viva Mexico! Viva Mexico! Come on, let's go Genova!
Show Genova!
What a result for this team! Sta per arrivare lo champagne di rito. Eric, are you ready for this moment? There we go! Eric Brockman, skipper of Viva Mexico, enjoying the champagne. Per il team Viva Mexico, hip hip! Hip hip! Hip 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 hip! Get the friends and family, come on, join the photos. Vai. Il più giovane è salito sul palco finora. Vai, tutti su, è il momento della foto di rito. È il momento della foto che suggella e festeggia.
One more time for Genova, here we go, third applause. Oh, Viva Mexico!
Meravigliosi. Genova, le emozioni.
And that rounds out our podium finishes in both the Vo65s and the Mocha 60s. But the best may be yet to come with the Austrian Ocean Racing Team, powered by Team Genova. They are on their way. They'll be the next boat to finish. So please don't go anywhere. Stick around. They're due in maybe 3 hours' time. So find a nice spot in the shade, find a drink, and just enjoy Ocean Live Park.
La prossima barca attesa è la barca di casa nostra, Team Genova, Ocean Team powered by Team Genova, sta per arrivare, beh no, ci vuole ancora un po' di tempo, ci vuole ancora qualche ora, diciamo la verità, la proiezione ci dice più o meno...
We need the win, we need the win. If the wind comes in, they might be here sooner, a couple of hours, let's hope so, and that's going to be a great celebration for that team coming into their home port here.
Aspettiamo tra circa 3 ore, magari con un po' di vento a favore, le ore scenderanno a 2, vediamo, l'importante è rimanere in zona, prendete qualcosa da bere, prendete qualcosa da mangiare, perché ci vorrà un'accoglienza.
Viva Mexico being the last of our teams on the stage at the moment. There are 2 more boats still out on the water. Austrian Ocean Racing powered by Team Genova and Military Trifort Racing Team. Both of these boats, though, have a good way to go in breeze that is proving very unhelpful. We're going to be back shortly. We're going to keep an eye on the progress of these 2 teams. But so far, what an incredible day here in Genova. Welcome back to our coverage at the end of the final stage of the Ocean Race Vo65 Sprint, and also the end of leg 7 of the Ocean Race. We are with the 2 remaining Vo65s, Meerpuri Trifork Racing Team and Austrian Ocean Racing powered by Team Genova. And both of these teams now have got their mains down, they've got their head sails away, and they are under engine, bringing themselves into the harbour, because the racing for these 2 boats have finished. But Dee, they haven't crossed the original finish line. This is a decision by the race committee.
And a very wise decision as well. Not an easy one to make, but given the fickle nature of the breeze, the boat speed we were doing, the intense heat, and the fact that this breeze was not going to fill in anymore. We'd had the peak of the breeze when we saw the other boats arrive. If anything, it was going to die out completely. And we could have been, if we'd made them race to the finish line, we could have been waiting till tomorrow morning's breakfast for this arrival. So in fairness, to get these guys out of the heat and to keep the celebrations going in Genoa and to keep the party with all the teams involved, the decision was made to end the race where the boats were, meaning that the Austrian team powered by Team Genova and finish in 4th place, and in 5th place was Meerpuri Team Trifork Racing Team. So where they were in the positioning doesn't change. They just get to finish, drop their sails and come in and join the party.
And the way that you say it there, it's a good thing. And I mean, it is a good thing that we get daylight, we get to welcome these boats in. There are a lot of people on shore that are ready and waiting to be there to kind of embrace them and say well done and welcome them in from this journey. I wonder a little bit whether Meerpuri Trifork Racing Team, whether they are happy, relieved that they can just say, okay, we weren't doing very well, we lost out, or whether they were looking forward to a night of shutting down, fickle breezes, and perhaps maybe a way through.
Well, both teams definitely would have raced right to the end, no matter where that end was positioned, and they weren't going to give up. They were definitely going to push to the finish. But it was a fight that they were having, they've been continuously having for 12 days. This fleet has been super close, and we've seen the positions change. And we've seen the Austrian teams come from way back with problems with their Code Zero cable breaking, that being replaced, losing miles, and coming back into the fleet. And we've seen Meerpuri dominate and then actually have to chase their way back and lose out from a decision last night in these fickle breezes that shuffled the pack. So yes, they might be frustrated because there was a chance to gain a position. The Austrian team will be pleased. But what they've all said, and I think what you're going to hear from everyone, is just how tough this leg's been and how close it's been and how enjoyable the racing has been.
And how long? I mean, we were meant to be seeing these boats finishing on Sunday. I mean, the whole thing's a bit of a blur. Let me just double check. It is Tuesday, right? I mean, we are talking about, you know, a lot more time spent on the water than many of the teams thought. When we were walking past these boats in The Hague, all the way back, well, I don't know, 2 years ago, it feels like. I remember talking to Liz Wardley from Wind Whisper Racing Team. I was saying, oh, how many days do you think it is? Because they were packing the food. And there is always that thing where on a long leg where you don't want to pack so much food that you're carrying extra weight, but then you don't want to run out of provisions. And we did see some of the teams not running out, but having to just hold a few meals back.
Well, there's that balance, as you say, is weight and how you have to then move it around the boat when you're racing. But also you want to go light to make advantages where you can. And food and that extra weight you're adding to the boat is always an easy one. Most of the teams, in fairness, commented that it would be a 12-day race, this leg. So they did take food for 12 days, but that was probably essential food for 12 days, and maybe not all the days had snacks and extra treats and that extra bit of motivation that you need in the early hours of the morning, chasing through a transition and a sail change. So maybe it was just the meals and maybe less of the treats. So people will have felt that it was a little tougher. But I think they've all provisioned pretty well, and I don't think any team took it too far where they have literally come in starving.
Well, at precisely 19:25 local time, Austrian Ocean Racing powered by Team Genova is now inside the harbour and making their way onto the pontoons. This team finishing in 4th place, being given that position by the race management team. The finish line effectively moving to them. And then behind them, and just coming in a few minutes behind, will be Meerpuri Trifork Racing Team, finishing this last stage of the Ocean Race Vo65 Sprint in 5th place. Dee, every team is a little unique. Every team has got their passion, their little bit of something special that kind of makes them unique in some way. But for this team, I think they kind of wear it quite proudly. This is a team which has scraped an amazing campaign together based on just a couple of young people going, I think we can get our hands on a Vo65, and I think we can do this event, we can do this, 2 years of campaigning, of racing and putting everything together, just because everybody wants to be here and everyone's going to go that extra mile. I would say that this is, and I mean this is a compliment, this is about as far down as we can get from, if we compare them to those big professional teams, Mafre Racing, big budgets, big everything. This is a team where their secret weapon is we are here because we love it and we cannot believe what an opportunity it is.
Yeah, I think it was their belief, their passion that really came across and kept them in the fight, kept them going. I was lucky enough to do some sailing with these guys in the Med when they were doing their selection, and I was really impressed with the young skipper, Gerwin the skipper, and the navigator that he was completely committed to. I want to give him the chance. It's it's a big step, but I really back him on this. And he was really keen to get new young blood in the team. So we did some of the selections. I met some of the people, sailed with some of them, and it was infectious, his belief and his passion to make it happen, come what may. Like, they literally thought they were a lot further along than they were, then it kind of went back again, and it's been a bit to and fro. So it's been behind the scenes, it's been quite an emotional turmoil and challenge for him. But the team's really hung together, and we have seen them battle away, and we've seen some good results. And we've been introduced to some great new young sailors that now have a bit of offshore sailing, ocean race mileage under their belts, which will stand them in really good stead going forwards.
And in not just the sailing, but also campaign management, athlete management, all of those soft skills that you learn jumping in the deep end, as I think some of the young sailors did on this team. But those skills suddenly make you a lot more attractive for the next team that comes looking.
It gives you such a good understanding of what goes into being a international global race, a race at this level. It's, pinnacle crewed offshore sailing here, and they've got to see behind the scenes. They understand what goes into it. They understand what's involved and how you work with sponsors, how you work with the race organisers, how you do your pro-am sailing, your import racing, as well as then how you actually execute a competitive race on the water. The sailing is almost the byproduct of everything else they have to do, and that's learning about food, provisioning, and keeping your boat in one piece while racing. So it really does bring them some rounded skippers and sailors, and people that other campaigns will look to in the future going, oh, you've got that experience, you'll be really useful for us.
And a lot of campaigns don't really have the scope to do what I think this campaign has done and is sort of built to do, which is let's be plucky, let's see if we can do it. As you say, Gerwin Jansen, let's give this young navigator a chance, let's give this person a chance. A lot of those teams have some pressures from sponsors and some pressures from the commitments that they've made. Maybe they just don't have the opportunities to do what this team has done. Whatever it is really fantastic that there are ways for people to come in and say, I haven't gone around the world yet, but I think I can step up to the challenge.
Yeah, and actually it introduces all of them to each other. So there's some new blood on there. And having Genova come on as a partner to this team allowed them to get access to some Italian sailors. We've got some people with Olympic histories now coming into the offshore world. Claudia Rossi's on there, who's a massive J70 sailor, really competitive and is normally on the podium at most events, and has really taken to the double-handed world, especially when there was an idea that was going to be in the Olympic format. She's now offshore sailing and has been part of this team on this last leg. So homegrown sailors for Italy to celebrate their arrival now as they come into the port. But actually that's exposure to each other of who else is out there in the world, who else they can go sailing with in the future.
On either end of the name of this team, Austrian Ocean Racing powered by Team Genova, they have got an allegiance to obviously Austria as well, but this city here, Genova, in Italy, and if you are walking around the streets outside the Ocean Live Park, on all of the posters, all of the advertisements for the event that's been going on here all week and will continue for the next couple of days, it is this boat, the black Vo65 with Genova on the side with that flag, that the city has been getting ready to welcome in. I mean, like you say, Italian sailors on board and given people here in this final stopover city, the grand finale, a reason to be following the race, to be cheering on a team. Since January, when the Vo65 Sprint started, the pontoon is just going to come into view on the right-hand side. And even though I think the crowds have been here all day in the heat, been welcoming in the Imocas, been welcoming in the other Vo65s, but it is great to see our last two Vo65s being able to come in, as you said earlier, being able to come in daylight, not too long, and perhaps maybe even some of the other teams are still there. Everyone's going to be longing to get to bed, but it's a nice feeling when you get to come in and see your friends again.
Definitely, and I think if you think of timing on a work day, this is perfect for end of work day, so they might even get a bigger crowd than the others had earlier. You never know. But their peers will have celebrated the fact that it was such a tussle throughout this whole leg, where they all came together at different parts on the route, and where they all swapped positions, and everyone was pushing everyone else to do a better job and to keep focus, keep their execution of manoeuvres, their sail changes clean, and to keep pushing and to testing each other, making the navigators make those right decisions. It really has been a non-stop battle that I think they will have all enjoyed, no matter the positions at the end.
The pontoons in front of them already. We have some of the Vo65s, the Imocas, and also the Ocean Race Legends as well, tucked into the back corner of the harbour. The boats that were already out earlier on today, racing together in the Legends Regatta. There you can see them just on the bottom right hand side of your screen. The Vo70s, some even from the Whitbread era as well. Now the Vo65 for Austrian Ocean Racing, powered by Team Genova, coming in, and I think they are going to be coming into that right-hand pontoon just in front of the white, I think maybe committee boat vessel. That certainly seems to be where everybody is gathered at the moment.
I think we should say at this point they're actually being towed by the rib alongside them. So if they look like they're not manoeuvring very fast or they're not being very decisive, it's because although Gerwin is there driving, it's actually the rib next to them that's powering them along, as in they finished their leg and they didn't have an engine to motor themselves in. So they have had help from the race management.
Now we can hear the Ocean Life Park just coming into gear here as Austrian Ocean Racing, powered by Team Genova, the boat with this final stopover city, the grand finale, the flag of Genova on its side. And now the black hull of the Vo65 going into reverse, coming onto the pontoon and about to be reunited with their friends and family. I think it's one thing if you are the partner, the children, the parents of offshore sailors, you dare I say, you get used to that thing where you wave goodbye, you pick up the fenders from the dock, you go and put them in the shed, and then you bring them out a few months later, you know, to welcome you guys back in. But for a lot of these sailors, this is the first time that they've been going around in a big event, and this is one of the longer legs. So this has been quite a way apart from people, and certainly quite a trip at sea.
And it doesn't matter how many times they do that farewell and that arrival, it doesn't get any easier. It's still an emotional wrench. It's that, you know, you just don't know what's going to happen to the people on the water. They're obviously busy thinking about the race ahead, but for the people left behind, it's often harder. And it is emotional, you know, I'm so pleased you're home, I'm so proud of you, I'm so relieved, I'm glad you're in one piece. And they're like, hey, yeah, this was great, and let's party. And, you know, there's a whole mix of emotions going on. But when you do it for the first time, you know, there's a lot of young crew where they're going to have other halves and family and friends there, super proud of them being part of this. You know, the ocean race is like a circus. It comes to town and it takes over, and they're part of it. And it is really impressive. It is quite a cool thing to be part of.
And they will have been part of it, in a sense, on the other side of the curtain. You know, they will have been to places like Alicante and all the other stopovers in the last edition. They'll have seen people like yourself. And here they are on the inside of that circle, part of the event in the Vo65 Sprint. and kind of feeling what it means to have the attention on them that they were giving to other people. I mean, it always amazed me. I remember you at the press conference in 17-18 talking about that imposter feeling, you know, that, oh, am I really meant to be here? And I'm guessing as you're coming in here to the pontoon and everyone's there proud of you, saying well done, like we're seeing now, that goes a little way to remind you that, yeah, you are meant to be here, you have done it, and this is your moment.
And that's key there. This is your moment. They've got to take it all in. They've got to absorb this because, you know, I was there at that last round the World Ocean Race as my 6th lap of the planet and I still had imposter syndrome. So you kind of, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it's not an easy thing to kind of accept. But these guys have ticked a box and it's a massive box this time. Now, Deborah Blair there that we just saw, the blonde on there, she's only 21. She's just got a final year of her degree. She's doing coding, super intelligent, really lovely to sail with, like a sponge. Wants to absorb all the information, and this will have been really valuable miles for her. Very active in the inshore racing and the Cape 31 class in the UK. And this is a great opportunity for her. I was really pleased she took it on.
Gerwin, congratulations. Welcome to Genova. Benvenuti.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much.
How was it? How do you feel with this arrival? I mean, it's a tough leg, huh?
Yes, it was very long. It was tricky at some moments, super light. We had also very good breeze. Sometimes it was hard to be in the back of the fleet, but at the end we managed to overtake one boat, finished third overall, so now we're super excited.
You still have champagne dropping from your
nice
celebrations have begun.
Yeah, super nice entrance. Now we're looking forward to a nice couple of days here in Genoa. Have some party, have some relaxation, and yeah, let's see what happens. Yeah.
An import race coming up as well?
Yeah, import race coming up. Hopefully there's some breeze, you never know, but now we're looking forward to it already.
Yeah, you never know in Genoa. That was tricky, the last reach here. It's always like that, the Mediterranean, full of surprises.
Yeah, you just need to keep an eye on the fleet and try to look at the weather. It's hard sometimes, but we had a good reach down the coast and managed to get close here. Of course, at the end the wind stops, but you know that's happening, so all good.
Part of the sport.
Yep.
A few words in Dutch for viewers back home. What message do you want to send them?
Deze Ocean Race was fantastisch. We hebben heel leuk gevaren, goed gevaren, goed resultaat. En we zijn ontzettend blij om hier te zijn na 12 lange dagen. En we gaan er nu echt van genieten.
Excellent. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Oliver and Rafael, how was this leg? How is it coming in? Oliver and Andrea, welcome to Genova. How was this leg?
Yeah, it was a long leg, not a lot of breeze, but yeah, great finish or slow finish, but yeah, happy to be here now, finally.
Yeah, what was the hardest part of this leg for you?
Yeah, probably the finish. Especially maybe the last day very close to Genoa was very light and tricky and hot as well, so the last bit.
Yeah, ready to jump in the water?
Yeah, maybe in the first bar.
There's been plenty of that already, so maybe you will follow. What was the highlight of this leg?
The highlight? We had a couple of highlights, but I think the start, like the inshore part of the leg, was really one of the highlights. We did really well, and yeah, hope to continue like this for the inshore race.
Excellent. A few words in German that you want to send to viewers back home. What do you want to tell them of this moment?
For sure, everybody in Austria, you know, the sailing community is very close.
In German.
Oh, sorry. Ja, jeder soll herkommen, alle Österreicher ab nach Genua und zusammen feiern.
Ja, weiter so. Also freuen uns immer, wenn ihr dabei ist und mitfiebert. Macht's weiter, super Fans. Danke.
Danke. Enjoy. Thanks.
Thank you.
the pontoons here in the Ocean Life Park starting to get a little bit busier now, as we have the Vo65s coming in, the Imokas as well taking up those spots on the pontoon. We are waiting now for our final Vo65 Mercury Trifork racing team. They are inside the harbour, but they've just slowed down on that last final approach just to give Austrian Ocean Racing, powered by Team Genova, a chance to get in, turn around, dock themselves up. There's nothing worse than when you're trying to make those final manoeuvres, D, when somebody is chundering in behind you at 8 knots or something, and you have to park under a little bit of pressure. So the celebrations right now are for the Austrians behind Mercury Trifork Racing Team, about to make that turn into the basin and puck their way up. But for the moment, we're going to be hearing a few more words from the team of Austrian Ocean Racing, powered by Team Genova.
Deborah, welcome to Genova. You're a super young sailor. How was this race for you?
Super fun, a little bit frustrating sometimes because we're at the back and then we catch up and then we go to the back again. So super frustrating. So happy to be here. So happy to have some pasta and some beers.
And what was the highlight for you of this leg? Or maybe of the Sprint Cup in general?
Sprint Cup in general had to be leg one. Leg one was so much fun. The waves, the water, everything. Wet wild. Yeah. This was a lot more calm and just a little bit more simple.
But still enjoyable and tricky? I mean, frustrating?
Frustrating, definitely. Very frustrating, very tricky. All the time. Shifts were wrong, English Channel, the shutdowns in the Atlantic. Yeah, super tricky.
A lot of good experiences, I'm sure.
So many good experiences. I've loved the experience doing this.
Great learning curve. Well, congratulations. Enjoy Genoa and enjoy that podium as well.
I will a lot. Thank you.
Deborah Blair there, Dee, and it's just so nice to hear people before they've spent too long in the sport, before they've got a little bit too, shall we say, media savvy, and you can just tell that they've enjoyed it. They're just having a good time.
She genuinely was bubbling with excitement and just let it all out. Like, yeah, beers and food, and it's just so exciting. And let's not forget, when these guys started the race in January, they left the Mediterranean and the Gibraltar Straits in 50 knots upwind conditions. That's what she was talking about, the wind and the waves, and she was loving those conditions, and they've literally come in at the polar opposite of floating around transitions and light winds. So even though they've done the sprint leg, so a lot less mileage than our IMOCA fleet, they've experienced the two extremes and everything in between, so they haven't missed out, and she should be really proud. These young sailors, what an experience to have been part of this.
And this final push, these final last few 24, 48 hours, certainly in the last 12, they were a long way back from everybody. I mean, in terms of the Vo65s, their nearest competitor, Mercury Trifork Racing Team, I mean, at times we saw Austrian Ocean Racing powered by Team Genova 30, 35 miles back. And then they just managed to wriggle through, got onto that coastal route as Mercury Trifork Racing Team stuck to their guns further out into the Mediterranean and absolutely parked up. So while both of these boats didn't get to the finish line, both of them didn't get there, Austrian Ocean Racing powered by Team Genova did manage to make the better play in the final few miles, the final few hours of the racing for each of these teams. Now for Mercury Trifork Racing Team, they come in finishing in 5th place at the back of the racing Vo65s. But for this boat, they're a fairly new combination of sailors. They didn't have a lot of pressure on them, really. I mean, apart from their competitive drive.
No, but there's a real kind of new coming together. A lot of people with experience. We've got on the bow, we just saw Dave Sweet from New Zealand and Mike Parmenter from South Africa. We saw them sailing previous editions of the Ocean Race. So they've come in with experience, but the team cohesiveness had to gel along the way. It had to gel over these 12 days. They didn't have the warm-up and the preamble before that. We could still see Susie there with her hand in a sling. We saw her, she slipped and fell and dislocated her shoulder. So she's been navigating, but with this constant pain since she had that incident. And she's just pushed on through and made some difficult calls. And unfortunately, in that tricky transition in the last 24 hours, made the call to go offshore where the gains were made on the inshore route. But then, as we saw literally 2 years ago in the European Cup, when they finished into this exact same location, it was the offshore route that paid off. So it is that fickle, you know, roll the dice.
Yeah, and in the Ocean Race Europe, it was, I think I'm remembering this correctly, it was during the night, or at least it was in darkness, so on either edge of the night. Now we're sort of at the afternoon period. Amazing how different those tactical routes are, the thermal breeze coming into play. It's not always going to be so easy like that. You mentioned Dave Sweet, and we talk a lot about the young sailors kind of coming through and kind of making a name for themselves. I'm thinking Dave Sweet, he was part of Team Alva Medica 14-15, and he came away, if I'm correct, with the Hans Horowitz top rookie prize.
I think that was the previous edition where he was the nipper on board Team Sanya, where he was awarded the Hans Horowitz prize. He then was with Team Alva Medica and was then, you know, kind of earned his stripes and was a formidable man of the match. And now he's somebody that you take on board for experience. I mean, he joined me for the leg zero training period where we did the Fastnet race with Turn the Tide on plastic. And he was just that voice of experience going, so what do you want to do? You know, these are the decisions you've got to make. And he was like geeing up my young team and kind of giving that input. And he just has endless energy. I've never met an ever-ready bunny so full of it. But it's really valuable. And, you know, he's quite a positive force for providing pathways and programs, because he's lived it. He's done that under 30 route and been given the opportunities, and he's really keen to see that continue, whether you're under 30, whether you're racing offshore for the first time, whether you're male, whether you're female. He just wants to provide the opportunities, and he's just a great sounding bed for that experience and passing on knowledge.
It's so nice to see those people that were flagged up by the experts in the races past as being ones to watch for the future, kind of all of that coming to fruition. I know that Dave Sweet worked a lot with the Cape 31 class in the southern coast of the UK. I would say that, you know, Susie Peters, you know, she's a young navigator who is already, you know, making a very strong name for herself. But those two have kind of worked a lot together, and I wonder whether it's people like Dave Sweet and all the rest of it giving you the confidence. If you're someone like Susie, we do not have enough female navigators in the world of sailing, you know, that confidence to say, I'm going to be the one that's going to make these big decisions. And, you know, I'm hoping that more people kind of coming through and giving the right people, whether they're male, female, young, old, just I'm going to give you the confidence. I believe in you. Step up to this, and, you know, let's see what you can do. And now someone like Susie, the Ocean Race Vo65 Sprint, but she's done a lot before this as well, and she is a name I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of in the future.
Definitely. I mean, she's made a real good reputation for herself in the Solent, inshore waters, Cape 31 navigating, tactics, making those decisions. But you go into this environment where she doesn't have that much mileage, and she's suddenly telling a skipper like Tuney where she wants him to go.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
You've got to have some confidence to say that, and especially if you're going to go in a direction where the rest of the fleet isn't going, you've got to have some conviction in what you want to happen or where you want to position the boat. And actually having people support you and believe in you and give you that kind of hand-holding that you need sometimes to make those conversations happen on board. You know, she would have got so much confidence from this, and who knows what she can go on and do. And as you say, she's now an inspiration to other people watching this, thinking, oh, I could do that then. And that's how it works, you know, that's how you get people to follow in the footsteps, and we get other things to happen.
Because as a navigator, not all of your decisions work out, as we've seen here with Mercury Trifoot Racing Team. And it's always one of those big things about being a navigator. You know, the old saying is, when you do well, the crew take the credit. And when you do badly, you blame it on the navigator. You do need some pretty, you know, a strong stomach to stand up, as you say, and tell some of the best sailors in the world, this is where I think we should go.
Yeah, and you get all the glory, or you feel the praise internally if you get it right. But as you say, you don't get the external glory. They don't go, oh yeah, you know, Susie made a great call. They'll just say, the skipper will go, yeah, don't I look good, and didn't the team do well? But, you know, they'll hang you out to dry if you've made the wrong call. And it's seen, you know, now with all the tracking and the fact that we're following this every update, it's hard to hide that. You know it's coming.
I think the Mercury Trifoot Racing Team may have had a few people step on board from a rib, because I am not sure that I recognise the young sailor with the blonde hair in the life vest. I'm sure pretty good. An extra hand on the winch handles, why not? But I think that these are some people who have made the journey out to come and step on board the boat. But now is the moment for Mir-Puri Trifort Racing Team to get themselves into the dock. It's not the way that they wanted to finish this final stage, but at least they have been able to come in and spare themselves a night of drifting around off the coast of Genova, waiting for the breeze that will be building tomorrow. For now, though, these sailors are in. The Ocean Race Vo65 Sprint, certainly the offshore stages, are complete. We have one more day of import racing in a few days' time. Another crack of the whip for this team, who have come together. They weren't there for the first stage. They found an opportunity to use a boat, get themselves on the water and enter into the competition. There was never really much pressure on them in terms of what was going to happen on the overall scores when you're missing the first stage. They just wanted to get out there, feel the competition and show everybody what they can do. And while this result is not their best, they have been sailing very fast and putting the rest of the teams under a lot of pressure.
Very long time. All grown up. Good to say what Carlos. Teachable. Yeah, really good. Just long in the end, eh? Very, very long. All good, mate. It was a lot. Last 2 days has been paid. Dying.
And coming in here, that's a lot.
Definitely on purpose.
Thank you. Oh God, we're up there.
Good. Thank you. That's all that matters. It's great. Put it in Mercury first.
Just say your shit.
And then tomorrow, from my understanding, you guys are all off. Oh, really? Yeah, just not ready for you guys. I think I'm going to Yeah. So, I think I'm going to say you. Yeah, just the driving. Yeah. What is the plan? I don't think you guys are on at all. I'm giving you guys a call.
Viviamo ormai insieme, Jesse. It seems that we live together.
I know, but I mean, we've been here. It's been a long day. But imagine being at sea for 12 days, racing hard, trying to make it here to the grand finale in Genova. So if we're feeling hot and sweaty and tired at the end of these arrivals today, you can just picture what it's like to be a sailor on one of these boats sailing around the world.
Lo sai che hai proprio ragione, è vero, noi diciamo siamo qui da questa mattina sotto il sole, il caldo, siamo sudati, stanchi e pensate chi è stato in mare da 12 giorni ed ha appena toccato terra. Mamma mia ragazzi.
The day that felt like it was never going to come to an end. We just had teams coming in left, right and centre, and just now our final two teams for the Vo65s have made their way in to join us, and that ends the Vo65 Sprint for this edition of the race. So we're going to bring them up onto stage now, and we're going to start with the team that just came in 5th place. So please join with me in welcoming onto the stage Mupuri Trifork Racing Team.
Sono arrivati al quinto posto oggi, con loro si chiude la Sprint Cup della categoria Vo65. Una giornata strepitosa quella di oggi si è chiusa con loro, guardateli sul palco. One step ahead, come closer to the audience. Vi diamo un grande applauso, sono loro, Mupuri Trifork Racing Team! Come closer, venite. If you come closer this way, e poi venite più vicino dall'altra parte. Ci avviciniamo tutti.
And just a quick word with the skipper, Junie, really difficult. I know you've sailed around the Mediterranean a lot, but tell us, it's been a really tough 24 hours for the team. Talk us through it. But the team's only just recently come together, so talk to me. You've got a great team next to you. It's still a great achievement to finish the Vo65 Sprint with this team alongside you.
Yes, we put together this team in a really record time. We have to be proud because we fight a lot during the last 12 days. And finally, last night was, I told you, it was a difficult night. And we were really disappointed. It's the game. Somebody has to win, has to lose.
That's right. I have a feeling that this team has a big future in front of it. A lot of things to come for this team. So it's still worth celebrating. You've still sailed 3 incredible legs of this race. So it's the champagne moment for your team. Who's it going to go to? Where's it going?
È un team che si è formato da poco ma che ha un grande avvenire. Hanno già concluso una grande gara, questa della Sprint Cup Vo65. Mupuri Trifork Racing Team. No!
Congratulations, team. Genova, one more time for Mupuri Trifork Racing Team.
No, non ci siamo. Pronti a dare il benvenuto al crew di casa Genova! Much better now, molto meglio. Li chiamiamo.
All right,
let's call them.
The day is coming to an end, so let's leave it all out there. Finishing off the Vo65s. Join with me in welcoming Austrian Ocean Racing Team, powered by Team Genova!
Si può cantare? No, più vicino, come closer to the audience, come closer. Avviciniamoci, facciamoli sentire il calore, da vicino, dai. Si può dire che loro giocano in casa, ma sì che si può dire, dai. Faccio parte di loro ormai, siamo con una parte del team italiano, Cecilia e Claudia. È stato un arrivo meraviglioso, l'abbraccio intero di una città. La sensazione che avete tornando qui?
Io sono ancora senza parole, veramente. Un arrivo un po' rallentatore, però poi arrivare a trovare questo incredibile.
Claudia, visto che appena toccano terra hai abbracciato subito la famiglia.
Sì, non vedevo l'ora, stavo aspettando questo momento da più o meno 12 giorni e non avevo dubbi sull'accoglienza di Genova, è stato magnifico e davvero tanto emozionante.
Grazie ragazze, grazie a te, grazie all'equipaggio, una grande squadra. Austrian Ocean Racing Team, Team Genova! È arrivato il momento dello champagne, anche per voi, ma sì. Oh, Andrea, nelle mani di Andrea.
Here we go, going.
Sul pubblico.
Genova, sulle mani. E questo,
Per il momento vi ringraziamo per un grande applauso, serve ancora molto lunga per voi.
Austrian Ocean Racing, powered by Team Genova, the last of our Vo65s to get onto the stage and get their awards. These were the points that were awarded on this final stage, stage 3 of the Ocean Race Vo65 Sprint. And the important thing is that these numbers have made some movement on the overall scores. Wind Whisper Racing Team are the leaders, and that was certainly the way it was going to go from the beginning, but great performance all round.